Okay, oh my goodness, we're live and we're gonna say terrible things today.
Not on YouTube, we're not.
You guys are live right now, right?
Hello, I didn't.
I
Hello,
should have kept
everybody.
quiet and just to see if
No,
I can
that's
make
why.
you say things.
That's why we were live yesterday, so we could talk about
F words.
Smuggler, for example. No, yeah, well, it was mostly so we could talk about Smuggler, which is, if a lot of you, I think, did join us yesterday on Rumble, we couldn't stream on YouTube yesterday, of course, because we got a week-long suspension for the video about Ted that I
Promoting
posted.
terrorism.
Yes, for promoting terrorism.
Because a man running around in the forest falling on his ass just screams danger.
However, I did point this out yesterday on stream, and I will say it, but I will not say the person's name, is that both times we've gotten a strike have been on streams or on days when I have mentioned a certain person whose name rhymes with Feckles, and I'm going to put it at like a 98% chance that every strike we've got on this channel is because that person is a known brigader, and their community are known brigaders. So just an idea there. I don't know that for a fact. Obviously, I can't prove that. Because it's a brigade of people. It's not usually just the one person. It's just a brigade of crazy people. And really, Neil Monahan, Susan too, you really need to crack down on that shit. If you see that someone is being, all of a sudden, they're all these same reports and they're all written with the exact same terminology, maybe you should consider that that's called a brigade.
Don't you love how everyone who gets replaced in the apparatus just is worse than the previous one?
I don't know. We're yet to really see with Monahan, but to be honest, I just, it's really frustrating.
How did that work out for Twitter?
I know. The appeal was shut down within about, I'm going to say less than 5 minutes. So, which tells me that no one even looked at it, which is, if you get shut down that quickly. And why? You know why. It's the special month. We're in the month for the most specialist, perfectest people who have ever existed forever in all of history. We should really all bow down to them because they are so extra special, much better than us. Oh, I can't use that word now either, can I? I was about to use a word.
Which one?
But Elon Musk has banned it. CIS.
Oh, yes.
Us filthy CIS scum.
Nah.
You know, we're such garbage, but I can't use that word because it's all
What's
also
the Jack
a slur.
show?
And I am a
Armagad,
I got it. Says will you go on the Jack show? Yeah, sure. I'm also not familiar with the Jack show, but yeah, I'd be willing to go on. I mean, I probably do, but
who are they first and foremost?
Yeah, it's escaping me right now, but yes, or I actually may not know. But anywho, speaking of the new slur just dropped, lads. Shall we get right into it?
Sure, why not?
And I sure enjoy watching the just meltdowns. Oh, I do enjoy a little melty. Who doesn't enjoy a little melty? So,
speaking of that, I should shill my Twitter.
Oh yeah, shill your new Twitter.
Yes, because this is like the 5th one I've had.
Something like that. When you post it all, like, you should be a mod in the channel, so you should be able to.
Yes. So when I say Spoon, I hit my personal best today. What is your personal best bench? I don't bench.
Oh.
Yes. Not to get too into fitness, but I think bench pressing is the most overrated exercise ever.
Interesting.
Shit. Yes. Just because it just utterly destroys your rotator cuff, and there's absolutely no reason for you to bench because it's shit. It is an ineffective exercise if you want to build your pecs. If you want to build pecs, do dips because it's healthier on your shoulders for one, and it is much more aligned with what the function of the pec actually is. The function of your pectoralis major is adduction of the humerus, which is much more effectively activated when you do. When doing dips, and that is why I'm freaking arm. It's much more effective if you do dips, especially if you can do it on the rings. If you can dip on the rings, that is the ultimate pec builder. It's why all gymnasts are so freaking jacked on their chests and their arms because, well, balance. So yeah, there you go. Sorry about that.
Daka Dakasan says Elon Musk has banned the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Yes, the CIS, the Republic wins again, boys. Apparently. Speaking of, let's move into this.
They're
article
independent from
this
reality
story.
as well. They're freaking.
Well, that's for sure. So, because I apparently there's some disagreement on this issue. I watched Harmful Opinions video on it earlier, and I also watched I've watched some videos from quite a number of different people on this topic, and I think there's actually some nuance here in terms of how. Yeah, I think there is. In terms of, was this the right move? And I'm gonna say yes, but
good base. That's my opinion as well.
But I understand where the reservations come from. So
yeah, but their reservations come from ideological purity analysis.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No.
Are you sure?
Yes, someone like Harmful Opinions has real concerns with this, I think. And not just him, but a lot of people who I've listened to about this, which is they are people who are advocates for free speech and support free speech, and they see this as a lose for free speech. And I think it probably is a lose for free speech. However, and we've also, you and I argued about this, also about whether or not this word is even a slur or not. But here's the story. I'm sure most of you have heard about this, but just to go over it, Elon Musk declares, quote, cisgender a slur on Twitter. What about fragile men with big ego, writes USA Today. Now, you know what? When it comes to subject matters like this, I like to find leftist sources because they're just going to rage. And
fragile
right now,
men with big ego. What about Joe Biden?
These people are raging so hard. These people are raging so hard they can't contain themselves. Because here's the problem for them, right? They lost their slur, in my opinion. Whether or not you think it's a slur or not doesn't matter. They're losing their minds because for them...
Sorry if you can hear kids outside.
Oh yeah, it's the summertime. But for the left, this word cis, and this is why it's so interesting to watch this play out. Elon Musk banned this word as a slur. They freak out because they can't use their slur anymore. And the interesting thing about this slur is that the only people who even know what it means or thereby could be offended by it are like transgender people on the left. The people that they're trying to use to offend with this word either don't know what it means, because we're going to get into who invented it, or are like, okay, wow, thanks for trying to insult me by calling me normal. I mean, and it really is that this term, I have almost never seen it used on Twitter, not followed by the word scum or some other insult.
Oh yes, scum, yeah.
It is pretty much used exclusively as a slur that the left can get away with. It's their N-word pass, you know what I mean?
You know why? You know why I don't care about this? Like the word itself.
No, the word itself. I'm not offended by it.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's why it doesn't have that punch. Because it's like this word. Okay, let me put it this way. Here's how I would describe it. These people using this word as a slur to insult is like them trying to meme.
Yes, it's a complete and utter
failure. It doesn't work. Yes, it just doesn't work. It's like a black person who says the N-word to me. Like that, there's no punch. It's hollow, like your head.
It is, and I want to read some of this article though, because this is. I looked at a couple of these. This one I thought was quite funny.
Where's it from?
USA Today.
Oh, okay.
In the latest episode of Wealthy White Dudes Get Their Feelings Hurt, free speech absolutist Elon Musk has decided the word cisgender is a slur. It is a slur.
Curiosity, why is the N-word banned?
Right, yeah. Okay, it is a slur. Just because I'm not offended by it. There's lots of black people who aren't offended by the N-word. There's lots of women who are... Okay, here we can go. Here, I can't say this. There's a lot of women who are very offended by the word slut and whore and bitch. You know what I mean? But those aren't banned. Lance for 5 says, I'm a 17th level mage and will now demonstrate my mastery of magic by casting power word kill and bruh, yeah, it's a very, very powerful.
You can just lead them off with a bucket of chicken.
Oh my god. But again, like, you know, words.
To be fair, you can lead
okay?
you can lead a horde of white people away with a bucket of chicken as well. You can lead me away with a bucket of freaking chicken.
Yes, you could, exactly. Okay, actually, and right now, so here's the thing, like, I'm like uncomfortably full right now because I had a wrap.
Grilling fire will totally warm me.
I had a wrap earlier. I made this most delicious summer salad.
Oh, here we go, food. This is what we have to do.
It's food. We have to start. It's food talk. It's happening. You know it is. Listen to what's in my salad. It's so good. So I've got a mix of spinach, lettuce, and beetroot, cucumbers, cherry tomatoes that I've diced those all up, not diced, but cut into segments, strawberries, blueberries, and feta cheese with a apple cider vinaigrette and oil, salt, and pepper, and that vinegar salt that I got from South Africa. So good. Oh, and I put another cheese mix in it, which was a mix of cheddar, Edam, and Swiss, and then I put that in a wrap, and it was so good, dude.
There's so much ingredients of what you just listed. My mind went off by.
I know, and it was so good. I ate like I normally couldn't eat like a whole wrap, but I ate that.
Food, broken crown, bingo, free space. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. Food. I know, but now like I'm uncomfortably full because I don't ever really eat. So.
What was a quote that I read earlier today from George Bernard Shaw? He said he said something like, "The most authenticated love there is the love of food."
I love cooking.
And I think there's an element of truth to that, actually.
Yeah, true.
Everyone
likes food.
Yeah. I actually, when he was an Irish playwright, I went to go look up some of his quotes. You know what the quotes that I was linking you earlier?
Which one?
Or any other. I linked you like 2 earlier today.
Oh, yeah. That was a good quote.
Yeah, I think, what was the one? He said something about ignorance. I thought that was outstanding.
Oh, yeah. That was. I remember the quote you were talking about. Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat. Aiden, do I miss fried chicken? You can get fried chicken in the UK. That's not an American exclusive thing.
The quote was something along the lines of, where you find no knowledge, science will be called, or ignorance will be called science. And we're like, oh my god, that is absolutely the time we live in. That's not even funny. Oh yeah,
that was it.
That is dead on the world of today. I just looked at that quote like, holy shit, that is the most accurate quote I think I've heard in quite a long time. That is generally quite terrifying.
All right, so let's get. Speaking of terrifying, let's get into this. It's a transparent. Actually, excuse me. Let me put on my voice. Let me put on the. If you'll notice, there's no author given here. As well. There's no author given here. It's just USA Today's opinion, apparently.
I guarantee this was written by a woman.
It's a transparent dig at the transgender community. They can't even go like a couple of words without using the word trans. Interesting. At the transgender community, if you treat cisgender as a negative, you're implying that transgender or other words that express gender identity are also bad.
That's true. No. They are.
Well, I mean, yes, but that's not actually what that implies. Cisgender is a term that we're going to look at who came up with it and why that was created as a pejorative.
What are these new emotes on the side, by the way, the chat?
Because, I don't know. Because they don't like the word, they didn't want to say normal or trans and non-trans. By the way, let's be honest. There was always a very simple English language alternative to saying cis, right? It was always to say non-trans.
How about you just say man or woman?
Or say man or woman or non-trans. Non-trans is the obvious answer, but no, they had to have their own special word. And why did they have to have a special word? Because they needed a pejorative. And the reason why do they have to have a pejorative? To say that, no, you're not normal. In fact, we are not normal either, but we're special, we're superior. Cisgender was created as a pejorative for this weird transgender lobby of people, these weird trans activists. That's why it was created. That's why you see people on Twitter use it almost exclusively as a pejorative, which is why Elon Musk has banned it. Now again,
I always just thought it's because they're insane and they need, in a form of equality, they have a label and therefore we must have one as well.
You need to have a label. Yes. That is, again, that's from this person's mindset. That's where they're coming from. That's their mindset, is that they have a label, so you need a label, but your label needs to be negative because you're not part of their rainbow coalition, right? So your label is negative. Let's see. The owner of one of the... Okay, so in the latest episode of Wealthy White Dudes Get Their Tender Feelings Hurt by an Adjective, my God. That coming from the perpetually offended, that is so incredibly
only
rich.
Offensive is only worth value if we're offended. But if you're offended, it's because you're a bitch.
Right, if they... No, understand, Spoon. If the person who wrote this article is offended, then that's dangerous. No, it's not just a problem. It's not just mean or bad.
It's only dangerous when you give them a gun and hormones.
But they'll say that's dangerous. They'll say speech is dangerous. But when you have to ban these things because otherwise it's dangerous. This will encourage violence if you can say the F slur on Twitter. That's inciting violence.
Oh my god, I would love if we could say the F word on Twitter.
They say that. But they say that. So Elon Musk goes, okay, well, you're using this word as a pejorative against non-trans people, so I'm going to ban it because you're using it as a slur. Because you're using it as a slur, and now all of a sudden they're like, wow, what a little baby. Wow, your feelings hurt, your tender little feelings hurt. Meanwhile, if their feelings get hurt by the use of a word, I'm going to end my life, and have a fucking full-on, melty, dude. Like, absolute unhinged melty. Like, you are in no position to make this argument about tender feelings of white dudes when your entire platform of ideology in this particular transgender thing is based on, if you don't play pretend with me and do absolutely everything I say, I'm going to end my own life and it's your fault. Nah, I don't think so, because I'm so affected by words. I don't think so.
I wouldn't mind if they did that, by the way.
Just pointing out the incomprehensible levels of hypocrisy. Self-proclaimed free speech absolutist Elon Musk. By the way, I think he's just playing your game with you. Your whole thing with the trans stuff is that I need everyone to play my games with me. So Elon said, all right, I'll play your games with you. You say words are violence? Well, this word is used almost exclusively as a slur, so I'm going to ban it because it's violence, because words are violence. But now all of a sudden words aren't violence. Spoon?
Words aren't violence?
Words aren't violence when it's a word that you want to use to slander other people with.
That's just because these people are cringing
That's
gay.
so weird. That's so weird when it's a word that, even though it doesn't hurt anybody's feelings, because it's a word you made up, essentially. I mean, they didn't make it up. It comes from Latin, but it's a slur that you made up to insult people by trying to get around calling them normal. The fact that you can't use a slur, I mean, it's driving you insane.
Do you remember how...
You don't have a problem with any other word being banned on Twitter? Not even a little bit. I mean, I'm not saying you. I'm saying they don't. They have a whole freaking, dictionary worth of words they'd love to ban from public use.
Yeah, they probably do, actually.
They want to get you
Straight
canceled
is
if you
one of them.
misgender them. Yeah, they want to get you canceled if you misgender them or you don't use their fair pronouns, their neo-pronoun shit.
Okay, by that logic, my pronouns are Lord and Master.
I know. I know. The owner
and I changed deciding on how much I hate you.
Excuse me, Spoon. A marginalized person is speaking right now? The owner
I don't care if you're a woman, I'm a man, and therefore I'm stronger than you.
Excuse me, did you just assume my gender?
Yes, I did.
Oh my god. That's so transphobic of you. It's so incredible. Wow.
You're a little too good at that, and it's worrying me.
I absolutely can't even right now.
There are people who actually sound like that.
I know. Unironically, it's horrifying, right?
Yeah. Who does that better? Aiden doing the Valley Girl or me doing a gay guy's voice?
You do a pretty good gay guy as well.
I had people in my comments. I had people in my comments section saying, "Never do that again because you're too good at it." And yeah, I'm kind of aware. But doing a gay guy's voice. I'm actually so glad I'm not on camera. I don't want to do that.
Do you want to take a little bit of this? You can take just the tip of this article.
I knew you were gonna say that as soon as you said it. Like, the tip joke is coming. Like, I can sense it.
You want to take just the tip of this article? Here, you can start out.
I never take just a tip. I'm soldier.
All right, it was
had to be done.
Here.
Well, the owner of the world's largest social media megaphones. What the fuck did you just do?
Nothing. It just cut out for a second.
That's bizarre. That's
weird. Go ahead.
That's weird.
You got it.
The owner of one of the world's largest social media megaphones on the planet.
I thought you were going to do a gay voice. That was the whole point.
Hell no, I'm not doing a gay voice. It's cringe. Issued the following edict via tweet this week. The words cis or cisgender are considered... I keep hearing that in an Afrikaans voice. This came as news to most people as the word cis... Fuck off. According to Merriam-Webster, simply means of relating to or being a person whose gender identity... fuck off.
Look at how they're so duplicitous. Oh, but Merriam-Webster just gives this definition. We don't have to look at how the word's being used in practice. And if you don't believe me, which I'm pretty sure most of you here would buy the, pick up what I'm putting down, and most of you have probably used Twitter or have used the internet at any point over the last 4 years and seen the transgender community using cis as a slur. But I'm sorry, I want to take
Piss
this
off,
one.
Jake.
I want to take the tip of this one, all right? It doesn't sound particularly slurish, yeah, because you're using this
The way you said that sounded so
definition.
much like Tucker Carlson.
I know. But apparently, if you're rich and childish enough, you can get to call the shots. It's his website.
Yes, you literally said this anytime we protested about the speech on Twitter. It's like, they're a private company, they can do what they want, and now we do that, and then you're bitching. Go make your
own platform. Go make your own platform. USA Today, go make your own. Go make your own. Like, that's what you said to us for years. You don't like it? Get stuffed.
By the way, isn't insulting Musk xenophobic?
No, because he's white.
So? He's still a foreigner.
It's fine to insult an African immigrant as long as they're.
He's African American.
I know.
Someone said, "Spoon, please do the voice."
Spoon, do it. Do you want it? Are you gonna do it? I'm gonna read it if you don't.
Go on.
Okay, fine. You're no fun. You fell right over. Elon Musk loves free speech as long as it's speech he approves of. Oh my God, the irony. It is. Do you see why I chose this article?
My God,
you see why
the mask of hypocrisy is freaking unreal. Are you like? If I did a video about this and I read this, I would just go, "No, that's it. I'm stopping. I'm out. I would immediately just stop there and go like, "No."
I know. Well, actually, I'll tell you who I am. I'm straight, white, cisgender man. Sure you are, honey. Writing for the USA Today, not using your real name. I'm sure you write like a woman, okay? If you really are these things, I'd be shocked, okay? I don't consider any of these words slurs. Who thinks Twitter advertisers and Tesla stock owners might want to check in on the increasingly weird man boy helming both companies? He owns them! Yeah. The one crying free speech while threatening to suspend people who use neutral, broadly accepted, and necessary word. Necessary? Why is it necessary? It might be necessary in some very specific medical
the Valley
context.
Girl's voice is hot, and that bothers me.
Karumi Kata.
Oh, God. Listen to Spoon and stop. Yes, agreed.
Okay. All right.
I just don't like the way that you uptalk constantly, and that is really annoying.
Just to get the whole, because that's what they
listen
do in
for
California.
A moment.
You have to go up every time at the end of a sentence, like everything's a question.
That's gonna make people strangle you.
I know. So why is this word necessary? Like I said, it has a scientific application. It is not necessary. Oh, that's a good point, Jake the Just. It can't be both neutral and necessary. Those are
that's a good
exclusive.
point, actually.
It cannot be neutral and necessary.
It needs to be neutral in order to be necessary. Like, no, that doesn't make any sense.
Lamented Guide for Two says, "Hey, you Broken Crown crew, what's on the menu tonight? The cisgender apocalypse.
A lot of pickles and salad, and apparently buckets of fried chicken."
Pickles?
I don't know. I just felt like saying pickles. Great word to say, pickles.
It is. I love vinegar, so.
And also, the word spatula is very amusing.
Spatula is a good word too. Anyway,
it's actually my favorite word.
Well, you're a spoon. Of course you like spatulas.
No, just because it's just aesthetically it sounds very amusing, and it is a very elaborate kind of word for just flipper. That's essentially what it does. Spatula is what the
it's pretty. It's all right. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Repeated targeted harassment against any account will cause the harassing accounts to receive at minimum temporary suspensions. The words cis or cisgender are considered slurs on this platform. Now, you see how they're missing the whole first part of this?
They miss things? I think sanity flies by them on purpose.
You have to be targeting someone with this word as a slur. If you are using the word as it is necessary to describe something biological, no problem on Twitter, according to Elon Musk. It's if you are calling someone cis scum, as they are wont to do, that's when it becomes a slur. Now, again, in a perfect world, I'd like you to be able to say whatever the hell you want to say on Twitter. Right? I'd like you to be able to say any slurs. But that's not the way that it works. It's not going to work if it's owned by Elon Musk. It's not going to work that way if it's owned by anybody else. These are the standards that we put in place. If you want to be able to do that, unfortunately, you got to go to 4chan or other places on the internet that aren't so, advertiser friendly. Put it that way, right?
Is that a fancy way of saying based?
I do think what he's done is based. And the reason why I think it's based is because if it's applied in this way, then the only people who are going to get hit with bans or suspensions from this are people who are actively harassing and targeting other people and using this word as a slur repeatedly. Targeted harassment. Pretty clear there. Not saying if you use the word, this necessary word, you're going to be suspended or banned from Twitter. I know that, and this is, you can see that their rage about this. It's not because they won't be able to use the word in a scientific way. It's because they want to engage in repeated, targeted. No, it technically is. It is. But
oh, fuck off.
Hang on. It's not as it applies to humans, though. Here's the thing. Not as it applies to humans. We'll get into the history behind the word. Trust me, we'll get into it. It does have scientific application, not in humans. But when this came out, I saw them, and I haven't read this whole article. I read just the beginning. I was like, oh, this is delicious. So we're doing this one. I'm sure the argument's going to be like, oh, but it has a scientific meaning and blah, 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 blah. This person might be so stupid that they don't even get there, but that's the argument I've heard. However, the reason they're upset is because they want to engage. They don't want to use this word in a scientific context. They want to engage in repeated, targeted harassment. Right? That's why they're upset. Essentially using chemistry or biology, no? It's chemistry or biology, but it does have a scientific application.
I can sort of think of one reason why this is being banned. It's bad.
Not my field, by the way. I'm a psychologist, man. I'm a communication scholar. But I know it has a scientific application.
I think the only reason why I would object to this being banned is for the same reason that how can I say this politely? That I feel well, let me see. I would fancy way to phrase this. How I will lament the demise of the word the same way that I lament the demise of the mask, or the pronouns in the bio, in the bio, because those are the symbols of stupidity, the mark of the moronic, the indicators of the insane, the regalia of the regime, the emblem of the empty-headedness. And without them, I would have to find out the flaws of these people through another methodology, probably through personal interaction, and I shudder at the thought, and thank you for indulging me in my first world problems. Go on.
Yeah, okay, like again, I'm not super happy about it being, look, okay, I'm not super happy about any words getting banned. Like I said, if it was up to me, I would say no word should be banned on Twitter. But
hell no, you would hear the K word, the N word, and the F word would just be showering Twitter.
Yeah.
Just, you know what Elon should do?
And I get it.
Elon should just do this. Elon should just say, okay, for the next half an hour, you can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
And just the purge. Yes.
The purge situation. Yes, let's go. I would love that.
Just
but here's the
you
thing,
can't post any nudity, but just like go nuts with the words.
Right. And here's the thing though, is that basically like it's gotten so far. Like I've only been suspended on Twitter once, and I've talked about this lots of times. What I was suspended for was for calling someone a chubby little queer. By the way, this person was throwing insults like calling me a Nazi, a fascist, wishing death on me, and all this shit, and then called me ugly. And I just looked at their profile and I said, well, you're one to talk, you chubby little queer. And then I got a week-long suspension for that. Person had queer in their bio as their preferred way of being referred to.
Yeah, I have noticed
them. Right, okay, so you see how this stuff is never, ever, ever applied unilaterally. That person said, I want to be referred to as queer, right? So I called them queer. But because I prefaced it by chubby little, then it was a problem all of a sudden. And by the way, wasn't even my joke. I stole it from an Oni NG's animation. Okay, like that. It's not like, I mean, I did say it, but it wasn't. I didn't come up with it. I was referencing something. But anywho, so like again, I don't want any words to be banned. But if you're gonna have advertisers on the site, there's obviously some things you don't want to have. But the way that they've gotten so severe about it over the years is that it's basically just there's, and this is how they want it to be everywhere, by the way, is that there is protected classes, and protected classes can, if you're a leftist on Twitter for the last 5 years up until Elon bought it, you could say anything you wanted. You pretty much could. You could make death threats. As long as they weren't credible, pretty much, you could do anything you wanted. Up until and including death threats. And that was just fine, because you were an oppressed minority. Right?
out of curiosity,
as bad as the F word and N word, yeah, but then they took it back. And if someone says, "Hello, here's my word that I want you to refer to me by," and I call you that thing, and I'm referencing something, it's just I saw on their profile they called themselves a queer, so I said, and they're all like totally cool with the Q word now, unless again a non-approved of person says it. Well, guess what? I'm bisexual. Doesn't that put me into your stupid umbrella? I guess not. No, I'm not invited because I'm not part of the crew. I don't agree with all of your stupid ideologies, so therefore I'm banned from speech. I hate speech policing. I absolutely freaking, I just despise it. I think it should. I'll take the classic iDubbbz opinion. Go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off twice now, man. Sorry.
I just find that I didn't even know where I was gonna go with this one. Now you've ruined my concentration.
I'm sorry. I was on a bit of a tangent, little rant there. But I'm of the actual iDubbbz opinion, the original iDubbbz opinion, which is that either it's none of it's okay or all of it's okay. I understand for advertisers, all of it being okay is never going to happen, right? But yeah, come on, if you're gonna, live by the sword, die by the sword. If you're gonna, you can't go around calling people or using a word as a slur, and they'd be like, haha, but I'm allowed to do it because we invented this word, teehee. I mean, by the way, the right's done that too. Logic. The right has done that too, but that's to get around censorship, right? Like, you can't call them anything. I mean, you can't, the word groomer, for example. Now you can get banned for using the word groomer inappropriately, right?
On Twitter or YouTube?
Yes. more on YouTube now than Twitter anymore, I think. But
yeah, Twitter you can get away with saying a lot. You just can't make an overt thread, which is what I was banned for.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't really make an open thread. I just said that.
You did talk about guillotines, though.
Well, yes, yeah, because someone said you should love and care people, and I just went trying to sexualize children is not caring, or is not spreading love. Like that, in my word, means get the guillotine.
Right.
And apparently that was offensive. I'm like,
I mean,
really?
I do, yeah. Well, we both suffered some strikes in the last week or so.
I don't really consider that. Yeah. Is Britbonger a slur? No.
Yes, very offensive. Madman K for £5 says the N-word means black people, the F-word means a bundle of sticks or a cigarette. Speaking since you gave me pounds. Yeah. So they are not... Hang on, my screen got cut off. Flag, hang on. They're not offensive going by these people's logic. Yeah, exactly. Going by this logic, right, that, oh, it's just a scientific word. It's not offensive, then yeah, neither should be... Well, and I've got a clip for you on the N-word thing later. Referring exactly to that, actually.
By the way, it's funny because in Afrikaans the word cis means gross.
Which is funny.
Yeah, because sitting as an African as bandit,
I'm sure it's very hilarious. If they knew that.
Well, okay. Well, it's...
Because they think you're gross for not being trans.
Really?
Oh, you know that. Yeah. Why do you think they always follow the word cis with scum?
No, I think they hated the fact that we're comfortable in our skin and they're not. I think that's a sign of envy.
Mmaybe. Son of Tiamat, who's been a member for 7 months. Hey, thank you, man. Says, remember how in the song Money for Nothing, he said the F's there a bunch of times. Great song. I actually don't recall that. Thank you, though. Eleanor Broker.
I have one song where that's in it.
Which is?
The F word.
Which is?
Queen of the Rodeo. By Alice in Chains.
There's a
says, hit me, beat me, I ain't but a real man. They say I'm not. I'm the queen of the rodeo.
I don't know.
And then he screams like this great, awesome belt.
Can you even watch... If I just go into regular YouTube and I type in mindless self-indulgence, can I even find the song? The title of the song is the word. Okay?
I don't know. Word?
Yeah, I don't know how much of this I could possibly play. Hang on, because it's obviously
copyrighted.
But yeah, I'll just bring it up. You can see what the title of this song is. Hang on, I'm just gonna skip here a minute. Hang on.
Why do you?
I just want to get to the bridge. Fucking shit. Could have been someone stepping flat on my ass. Sorry, like, yeah. I'm just letting it pause for a second so I can play it because it's right after this.
What are you trying to find?
Right this. That part. The bridge, dude, or the chorus. Dig me now, fuck me later. There you go.
My music taste seems so much better than yours.
Hey, come on now. That's MSI. It's excellent. I was into them when I was, like 13.
Oh. Someone in the chat says, Aiden, you've got weird taste in music. Yeah, she does.
Yeah, we shouldn't get in trouble for that. Again, this song is all over YouTube.
Whereas me, I listen to Alice in Chains and Soundgarden and Temple of the Dog and Mad Season. And bands that Aiden don't even know.
I know Soundgarden.
Yeah.
Oh, people in chat are not fans of MSI.
Good,
man.
base. Well done.
Not enjoying some mindless self-indulgence, I see. Well, shame. Anywho.
No, mindless is describing the music.
Yes, that's actually the point. They called their work musical feces.
Gee, how would you describe G.G. Allen then?
Pretty much like that too. They were going for a G.G. Allen kind of vibe. Eleanor Broker, a writer and civil rights attorney, responded to the cisgender as a slur nonsense in a tweet, quote, not only is cis not a slur, okay. Hey, by the way, by your definition, it is a slur, whatever, if it offends you, then it's a slur. So people tell you they're offended, then it's a slur. It is a necessary corollary to the recognition of trans people as a distinct subset of people. It is necessary to identifying and describing us. Oh, Eleanor. I see. It's always names like that. It's always old school names like this every single time. It's always like Gertrude.
One in a Million by Guns N' Roses has the best lyrics. Yeah. Oh. You don't know that song, do you?
No, I probably don't. I have heard some Guns N' Roses songs, but yeah.
He says.
Yeah, the lead singer is called Jimmy Urine. Yes.
He says, N words and F words, they make no sense to me.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
The intent and desire here is our full erasure.
He actually
How does it erase you?
He actually speaks badly of foreigners as well. It says like come to our country and speak so many goddamn ways that make no sense to me.
Spicy, my dude.
Yes.
How does it erase you? How does it erase you? You're still trans. Elon Musk didn't ban the word trans, did he? As
God, I wish he did. That'd be great.
But again, only in the context of being used as a slur in repeated harassment. It doesn't erase your identity. You want to know what's the necessary corollary to trans? It's non-trans. But you don't want that. You want a slur. Just admit it. You want a slur, and I'm going to show you guys. They just want a slur. That's it. They want a slur that they can get away with using.
You can't read this out on stream. Why does it say?
Yeah, send me the lyrics.
Oh, what is it? It tells me like why.
Why you do that? I'll keep going. Musk is offering schoolyard level nonsense and hoping it passes as a righteous argument. No, schoolyard level nonsense is you being butt blasted that you can't call people slurs on Twitter.
Oh my God.
Okay, you don't want to call it a slur. It's name calling either way. You're using it as an insult and you're upset that you can't use that insult to try and hurt people anymore. By the way, I don't think anyone is hurt by it. But that's all schoolyard level nonsense. You're trying to be a bully. You're the bully here. Musk's latest attempt to stamp, by the way, USA Today. You've made a grammatical error. Stomp his feet and whine is a perfect example of someone who has never been marginalized. He's South African, my dude.
Yes. And we definitely have some opinions.
He's a white South African, my dude. Okay. Creating a phony sense of marginalization so you can feel free to continue marginalizing
there you go,
others.
read that.
Hang on. Oh. Yeah, I can see why they might have gotten in trouble for that one.
Yeah, that was a that was quite a contentious song at the time, to say the least. And it's funny because Slash, the guitarist, he's half black.
Yeah. The sub-schoolyard level argument would be, well, if you say you're offended by me using the wrong pronoun to identify you, not only are you offended, you say that you're going to hurt yourself if people don't, and you demand that person lose their job if they don't. I'm going to say I'm offended by you identifying me as cisgender. Yeah, because you almost always end that with scum. You're using it as an insult. The difference, however, I continue the quote.
No, Musk isn't retarded, he's autistic.
is that identifying a person by something other than their preferred pronouns is willfully disregarding that person's actual identity. No, it's an identity. I'm not gonna go further than that. While calling someone who is cisgender just a statement of fact using an anodyne word that correctly describes that person. Oh my god! I can't believe you would make that argument. I can't believe they would make this stupid argument. It's a statement of fact. This statement of fact is that you are not whatever your preferred pronoun is. The statement of fact is that you are male or female. If you care about statements of fact, you can't have a preferred pronoun about your identity.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, you can have a preferred pronoun as long as it adheres to reality. Otherwise, you're just nuts.
I don't know if I've ever seen someone contradict themselves so fast. I don't know if I've ever seen something this bad in terms of just how is this an argument? You have to respect my identity, which is unrelated to my biological sex, a statement of fact. But when I call you cis as intended to be offensive, that's just a statement of fact. If you care about statements of fact, then I should be allowed to call you by your biological sex. But that gets me in trouble on Twitter too, doesn't it? I can already hear the chorus of Musk fanboys and transphobes sputtering but. No, I already answered the but. I already answered it. Because it's a terrible argument, you idiot. You're just dumb. Go ahead, Spoon, sorry.
No, I have anything to say.
But nothing. You are faux outrageous, pathetic. So's yours. We're all laughing at this.
All of your outrage is faux. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
That's your entire existence. What the fuck are you talking about?
This is the kind of sensitive snowflake behavior the right has long tried to pin on the left. As you cry like the sensitive little snowflake you are, you can't use your slur anymore.
I want you all just to pause and observe the situation. This person, no, look at just like in the grand context of this entire thing. Make this as bare bones as you can. We have a person who is writing an article, upset that they can't see code on a electronic device, talking to people they have never even freaking met, and they're upset that this word cannot be used by them to insult people they don't know, using a slur that isn't actually freaking real and applies to the vast majority of the human species.
Again, you don't have to think it's a slur or not. The reality is that the way it's being applied to Twitter is that if you keep repeatedly harassing someone using this word, then you can catch a suspension. And this person is having a complete and utter nuclear level meltdown and calling anyone who is laughing at it a sensitive little snowflake. I mean, this is, it's just, ooh, it's chef's kiss, my dude. There's a broad spectrum.
Just the level
of gender identities.
The level of first world problems.
I know.
It's like, oh my god, just shut up, please. This is pathetic.
It really is. There's a broad spectrum of gender identities and sexual orientations, and everyone deserves to be treated fairly and with respect, unless you're a cis scum. Right? Exactly? Did you forget that part of your sentence? If you can't handle that and have to gin up your own sense of feeling put upon, maybe get over yourself, go sit in the corner, think about the mistakes that led you to this ludicrous point in your life. By the way, Spoon, it's at this point I'd like to remind you that this person wants us to believe that they are a straight man.
How are you a straight man? You have no balls.
Oh, honey. Take a look in the mirror. Oh my goodness. How did it... I mean, even for USA Today, this is a next level. This is just someone's angry Tumblr post, right? This is your Tumblr blog, and it's published in USA Today. Oh my god, okay. So we gotta start out high. Because things are gonna sink deep if you get my drift on the later topics. They're gonna sink real deep into the depths. Musk is fast developing a record of anti-transgender policies.
Otherwise known as pro-human.
I'm sorry, I can't.
I'm gonna say that now. If you're anti-trans, you're pro-human.
Such a child. I don't know. I mean, like, if you were projecting any harder, you'd be a movie theater, my dude. Like, come on.
No, I think if you're projecting any harder, you might actually be straight.
Oh, maybe. Of course, Musk has not been shy lately about showing his disdain for transgender people. In April, Twitter did away with its rule against the targeted misgendering or dead naming of transgender individuals.
Braced.
But you want to keep calling us cis? It's not a neutral term. Stop playing stupid. Like, this performative stupidity stuff needs to stop. We all see through it. But it can't be both neutral and scientific. What was the thing they explicitly screwed up here again about the neutral and scientific thing again? I'm sorry, where was it? Neutral and necessary. Like, it can't be both.
No, it can't be.
It can't be socio-politically necessary and neutral. It has a meaning. It has what we would call a loading, right? It's loaded.
With what?
So there's
outrage.
So there's connotations and implications and denotations, right? These are the three things that a word can have. Denotation is the definition, such as the one they got from Urban Dictionary, Merriam-Webster, where they pulled their definition of what the word cis means. Then there's connotations. That's the other one. And then there's also implications that kind of come along with it. The connotations are all the things that are implied by it, right? No, implications go a little bit further. The connotations are not what the word specifically, definitively means. It's culturally what it means. Implications can go further outside of that in terms of, well, what does it mean in this context, even more broadly? Denotations, connotations. You're talking about the denotation. Talk about the connotations. Oh, you won't? Because you know this word is used as an insult. That's why. Whatever. The rest of this is just complaining about the
Matt Walsh, I see.
Matt Walsh, blah, blah, blah. Musk has latched onto the anti-LGBTQ fear-mongers and given them a voice. So it seems one of the richest men in the world has joined the right-wing crusade against transgender rights. What rights are you lacking?
The right to be, the right to apparently say anyone that doesn't agree with you is somehow an asshole. Yeah, which is not a right I think you should have.
It's not a right, actually. Yeah. You don't have a right to not be offended. And by the way, like, that's why I don't think any of these words should be banned. But I understand
I kind of want to try
reasons why they are.
I kind of want to try that as a test run. The right to be offended. Because there's way more of us than there is of them, and we can abuse it way better.
Yeah. And rather than actually caring about free speech or focusing on managing his big companies, he's looking for ways to attract the transgender community at large. Maybe next he'll decide fragile is a slur, or perhaps incompetent. They always like to say he's a failure. They did this with Trump too, remember? Oh, he's a loser. He filed for bankruptcy. Incompetent. So which one is it? Is he the richest man alive, most successful person on earth, or is he incompetent and fragile? You can't have it both ways. Maybe if we're lucky, he'll eventually suspend anyone who tweets the word toxic to advertisers. Yes, it's very toxic for advertisers to ban a word being used as a slur. If you don't like the word slur, just say insult. I don't really care. Pick your poison. Now, we got some super chats I'm going to read here in a second. Pulling this up here for a moment, though. Oh my gosh. Okay. Hasselhopper for $5 says, necessary corollary, LOL. What's the necessary corollary to gamer? No term for non-gamer is gamer erasure. Very, well put. Good point. Truly the most oppressed minority. Once again, gamers most oppressed. Exactly. Thank you, Hasselhopper. But if there's no term, you can just say non. Someone who isn't a part of this group. But no, we need a slur for you. That's what it's about. Let's not get this twisted. They want an insult.
That's so stupid, though.
It is stupid.
Because
it's stupid because no one's offended by it.
Yeah, but like the gamer thing, like a non-gamer, that implies that most people are gamers.
That's true. It is true.
Yeah, because it's to me so stupid. You say the word "I identify as this thing" to sort of make yourself seem special. Like, you have trans because most people are not fucking trans, you retard. That's why I hate the fact that, you need to be called something like, no. You are the fucking weirdos. How in the hell... Like, the whole thing about you being trans is that you are the minority. Why the hell do you need a word to describe the majority, then? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Right. But I do agree, like... let's say you have a special name for your group. You say, yeah, we're gamers, and then it's like, oh, I'm not a gamer. I'm not trans. That's fine.
Yes.
Just say this person's... How about just saying this person's not trans? Whatever. Like, that's fine.
Or normal, as we used to call it.
But again, if you say, well, I'm not trans, this person's not trans, that doesn't give them an insult. They want an insult. That's the thing.
But like, why do I need a label to describe myself not being this thing that you describ yourself as? That doesn't make any sense.
Because it's not about that, Spoon. I'm going to get into that in this next article.
Morons.
It's about being insulting, and it gets even more dark.
I'm insulted by the fact they exist.
Code Warmack for 5 says, since
I like the way Aiden like completely avoided it, like, oh, don't say anything, don't say anything.
Dodge. Since cis is a slur, should we black person that and make it our word that empowers ourselves? I mean, that's something you could certainly try to do. Like, because like basically the thing about cis is that nobody cares about it. It's only used as an insult, and people who are called cis are like, okay, whatever.
We're more as like,
you could try to retake it.
That's kind of okay, whatever makes you feel happy, and then you just leave them alone, really.
The only people who use it are these weird leftist ideologues.
Yes. Everyone else thinks they're just kind of cringe and gay.
But I guess you could try to retake it. It's just it doesn't have any. It's not going to catch on ever.
No.
Dreadnought for 5 says, "Look, I just like to tell them that I've learned the lesson they've been trying to teach us. It's good when we censor you. It's good when we do it." Yep. That's how they felt about everything. They've been that way very consistently for the last couple of years, and if you really go back forever, it's fine when they do anything. Anything that they do is fine because it's in favor of the greater good, right? In order to obtain our ultimate society, in order to reunite with God and obtain gnosis, all of these things are required. All of this deconstruction, all of the dialectic must continue to exist and must continue to go. Must constantly deconstruct forever. It never ends.
I wouldn't mind seeing them be banned.
And if that stuff sounds crazy, and I talked about it the other night last night on the Rumble channel, but yeah, look into dialectical materialism, Gnosticism, Hermeticism, and you'll see what I'm talking about. James Leslie's got a lot of good videos on it, but there's also a video from a dude I found a couple weeks ago.
I can probably comment on his stuff now because it's a new Twitter account and my old one isn't banned anymore.
Yeah. Jarnegi for 10, hey, thank you, man, says, time to make chat hungry. I went to grab some bean and cheese pupusas, a yogurt crepe with strawberries, blueberries, and bananas, and a protein shake. That sounds pretty good. Pupusas. I don't know what that is, actually.
Looking it up now.
Oh, yeah. It's like a thick griddle cake or flatbread from El Salvador. That sounds pretty good. Bean and cheese? Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, that is
strawberry,
like
blueberry,
like a
banana shake.
Out of turkey.
Like, it sounds yummy.
Yeah, it looks like Turkish flatbread.
It does look good. I'm gonna turn time to turn off everyone's appetites. The term cissexual was coined by a pedophile. I said the word. A P-word sympathizer, Volkmar Sigurch, who said, "quote Good sex can be anything."
Say nonce.
Nonce, yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Many people have recently become accustomed to. Oh, dude, this stream is not getting monetized. Many people have recently become accustomed to using the term cisgender.
What did we say?
Just talking about any transgender stuff at all, you're not allowed to.
Really? Oh, okay.
You know that.
I can get mine monetized.
We've said the terrible word. Accustomed to using the word cisgender, which has morphed from the original term cissexual, originally coined by blah, 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 blah. And then he gets into the article. Increasing popularity of the term of the transgender movement has resulted in non-trans people being widely labeled as cisgender. We've been told that if we identify...
Increasing popularity?
This is EV magazine. It's a feminist magazine.
I don't know how you're feminist and pro-trans. It doesn't make any sense.
No, they're not. They're not.
Being feminist and pro-trans is like being Muslim and a leftist.
They're clearly not pro-trans. They called it a movement. That means.
But
if these people were pro-trans, they wouldn't call it popularity.
I dislike it.
They would say rise. They would say very slowly, the very minimal rising public acceptance of transgender individuals. They wouldn't say popularity. Popularity implies. I just found it funny because watching this entire ideology is a bit like watching a rocket take off and shedding the parts. I heard him say something. I don't know. Oh, he just said something about transgender individualism.
But for me, when watching this entire thing take off, they're just... I had 14.
Bill said, find me one transgender person who isn't the result of 14 different people arguing with each other. Oof. Don't know if I agree. It's certainly, at least, it's usually the result of some.
And you can see via 14 people arguing.
No. Usually the result of.
Oh, sorry.
He's saying it's social contagion.
Oh, that's actually freaking true.
Yeah.
If this crap wasn't told, none of these people would exist.
Yes, they get onto their Tumblr blogs or their Twitter, little.
That's why all of this is politics, and I don't respect your politics, and therefore I'm not going to respect your fucking pronouns.
Bill said it's a human. They're humans designed by committee, as if EA made a person. Oof.
That's pretty good, actually. That's also pretty fucking accurate.
Bill, yeah, if you have things you want to say, you're always welcome to join us. No, I just wanted to chime in. Okay. Okay, so here's the article. We've been told that if we identify with the sex that was, quote, assigned to us at birth, which is ludicrous. You're not assigned a sex at birth.
You're born as a sex, you moron.
As one sex or the other. Now, you can later in life come to feel that sex, that biological sex, is not aligned with the way that you feel, but you weren't assigning it at birth arbitrarily.
I hate that phrase so fucking much.
Oh, it's anti-scientific from the party of science.
No, but just the way you just like, I feel like a boy. Like, bitch, you don't even know what a girl feels like, so how the hell do you know what a boy feels like?
Yeah, that's very true. They've gotten so confused in their own shit that now it's like, well, we can't even define what a woman is, so how do you know if you are one or not?
Yes, it's stupid as hell to me.
And in What is a Woman, which, did you watch it with us?
No.
No, you didn't. Okay, we watched it all, I think...
I mocked the movie because the fact that it exists tells me that there's something wrong.
Well, no, but here's the thing. In one of the interviews that Matt Walsh did, one of the people responds, is just like, he asks what a woman is, like, whatever you want it to be.
That's
Woman's
just
whatever you define it as. Oh my god, yeah. Yes, that's very helpful. Thank you. Very helpful. Very helpful. Oh, sorry. I also missed a learned guide for 5 said, at this point, I reject identity. Sargon and Aristotle were right. You are who you are habitually. Self-proclaimed identity is worthless. Thank you, the learned guide. And that actually, like, went in perfectly with what I was just saying. DRT is king for $20. Hey, thank you, man. Says, howdy, the type of monarchism that I think my fellow Americans could stomach would be the imperial German model with the Kaiser selected from a member of parliament regardless of their party leadership position. Yeah, potentially.
That's pretty much what Molbug described yesterday. Somewhat.
Yeah. Very similar to that. And then Nels Unit for 2 just says,
Basically, we need a Caesar that is not going to be a representative of the people, but rather just the ruler of Rome.
Yeah, true.
Yes, and I don't mind the idea of someone who just rules over me. I have no problem with that. I don't want someone who represents me or the people, especially if I consider the people stupid and beneath me. Then I don't want a representative of the people. I want someone that will rule over the peasantry. Because that sounds more based, and I want to represent the people. Like, what if the people are morons?
That's true.
I don't want a representative of the people. I want someone who's gonna basically kick their ass when they act out of friggin' line.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree. So here's a very quick TikTok that's gonna go over the details, but we have the article here for.
Oh my god, TikTok is going to teach us something instead of.
This is Volkmar Seigersch, a German sexologist, physician, and sociologist who served as the director of the Institute of Sexual Sciences.
Wow, that's really hard to listen to, so I'm going to just.
I was going to say, like, my god, your voice is monotone as holy hell.
Wow, yeah, sorry, no offense, it's difficult to listen to, particularly with another person reacting to it. It makes it very difficult. Yeah. Volkmar Seigersch was born in 1940, became a renowned sexologist and physician who played a big role in the 1960s sexual revolution. He was the director of the Institute for Sexual Science at the Clinic at Goethe University at Frankfurt. He was a writer and editor for Cultural Magazine. Yeah.
As soon as you see the Frankfurt School, instantly start getting catapults and trebuchets.
This was in the 60s, but yes. He was a writer and editor for cultural magazines that focused on sex and psychology. This person called him a P-word sympathizer.
Non-sympathizer.
Pointed out, non-sympathizer. He's the first person on record to coin the term cisgender as an antonym to transgender. Seigersch actually coined the term sexual as an antonym to transgender. Just to be clear, so they not entirely wrong.
Call them meatballs.
Coined the term cissexual. The term cissexual. It's so hard to say. Cissexual.
That's why it went. By the way, just out of curiosity, isn't it weird that they say sex and gender is different?
Right.
Okay.
But this came from a word.
Yes, but then they can use cissexual and cisgender interchangeably.
Well, that's because that's how it started in the 40s. Give me a second, I have to
I bet you they went with cisgender just because cissexual is more difficult to say.
Maybe.
God damn it, Germany, yeah. Hey, Germany tried to make amends for this shit by going in the other direction.
Okay. Sigurd coined the term in a peer-reviewed paper called the Neo-Sexual Revolution. Sigurd is also credited as some kind of pioneer for the LGBTQ movement, as well as the sexual revolution in general.
Really?
The word cisgender, which has become the preferred term, was allegedly coined by Dr. Daniel Defoe's PhD, retired research and physician educator.
If it isn't this Foucault.
Always.
Oh,
or my arch nemesis, Theodore Adorno. In a 2011
don't you just love it? It's like, oh, look, European are horrible except for this and Marx.
Oh, right, then it's fine.
Yeah, I think you guys should really learn the fact that most of your intellectual icons for your movement do not come from some tribe in bumfuck India or, parts of, I don't know, Aborigine New Zealand or Australia. No, it comes from Europe.
Yeah.
It comes from white dudes.
In a 2011 interview, Sigurd was asked how he would define good sex. Quote, "That's where
consensual,
I agree with
Woody
Allen. Good sex can be anything, including dirty," he replied. Woody Allen, a famous Hollywood director, married his adopted daughter when he was 61 and she was 26. Reportedly, she was 21 when they started having sexual relations, but Allen has been accused of abusing other adopted children, including Dylan Farrow, who claimed she was only 7 years old when he sexually molested her in the home of her adopted mother, and Allen's ex-wife, Mia Farrow.
Dylan, that name seems to
oh, yeah.
present some problems for some bizarre reason I can't figure out.
Weird. 1 second.
Dun, 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 dun,
Sorry,
dun, dun.
I'm gonna have to I have to take like an allergy pill because my throat is closing up like really quickly.
It's because all of the attention of the Troon energy is just like suffocating your throat right now, and it's proving problematic.
No, I'm having like an allergy attack, dude. Hang on a second.
It's all of the inclusivity and all of the diversity is attacking you.
1 second. 1 sec. Oh, fuck.
Okay, hold on. I need the elevator music. I have it here somewhere. Hold on. Damn it, where is it? I have it here. God damn it, where is it? Oh, wait, there it is.
Found it. I have literally one allergy pill left. Oh my god, dude. And it's gonna take a while before it kicks in, but...
It's such a catchy song, annoying.
Oh.
You were saying?
Okay. I took my final allergy pill. I only have one left. But hopefully, I'll hold my allergies in a minute. Okay. It's curious that Sigurd would refer to Woody Allen to define... defer to Woody Allen to define good sex when he could have literally said anyone else. In that same interview, Sigurd was asked what the biggest taboo is in sexuality today. He answered, clearly child sexuality, including everything that goes with it, p-wordophilia, pedo-exuality. He spoke about the importance of approaching nonces and offering them therapy. It's been my experience that you can reach your objective with what I would call kind-hearted, informed, and enlightened patients.
What exactly is your objective?
I mean, that's a good question. In the sense that they don't lose their desire, but they no longer have physical contact with children, he continued. Today, these people call themselves MAPs, or minor attracted persons. They pride themselves on
I don't
not
like where
offending.
this is going.
This is where it is. Eventually, the modern sexual revolution will make room for these people and claims that nonces are just misunderstood.
I would also like room for them behind bars.
It's also worth noting that when asked how society should handle nonces, Sigurd said, in accordance with the law, there is no other way to answer the question. We're all potential murderers. We're all potential murderers and potential R-worders and abusers.
It's just,
what an insane thing to say.
Aiden, I don't know about... This is
no, we're not,
risky,
by the way.
But,
okay.
I don't know how well you know history, right? But during the 1930s and 40s, there was a country called Germany, right? And they went through a tumultuous period in their history. Yes, and there was this funny mustache man. He was actually from Austria, bizarrely enough. He wasn't actually German, and he had some interesting thoughts about how to handle people like this. I'm not saying you should replicate them.
I think I have a picture of him. Hang on.
Do you?
1 second. I think I have a family photo actually.
Oh, do you?
I do of this person that you're talking about, the funny mustache man. Hang on, give me 1 moment here. Here it is. Here's this beautiful family photo that I happen to have of the funny mustache man.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's him in the middle there.
It's a beautiful family.
His mother was actually fairly attractive. I heard she was a great cook.
She's a fantastic chef. That's how you can tell. I mean, despite her cooking abilities, her husband did prefer Burger King.
I do also believe he didn't like certain people on planes.
Yeah, he was a little bit rambunctious on planes.
Yeah.
I love this face so much.
I wish I still had Louis' stream where he heard that and he laughed so freaking hard.
Censorship believes that humans aren't biologically wired to be limited to one monogamous partner. Predicts that the future will have, quote, other forms in addition to our classic marriage, such as polyamory, or having multiple sexual partners. Quote, in other words, you're married to a woman who has no objection to another woman joining the couple. Then she brings in her boyfriend, suddenly realize, my God, you can love more than one person. No, you can't, by the way. In fact, you can love several people at the same time, he said. Anyway.
You just want to be a degenerate whore.
Here's the person who coins the term cissexual. Just laying it all out there for you.
Yeah.
You want to stand up for this word? There you go.
How to catch STDs.
I want to point this out because I have not gone through all these, but there's always I've seen people say nobody uses that word as a pejorative. Here is ContraPoints. Natalie Wynn, very upset. Free speech absolutist at it again. Very upset at Elon Musk. Free spooch. Well, you know what, Contra? Let's look through your tweets controlling for the word cis. I just want to see if the word, because I don't know. I don't know. Let's see the average kind of tweet that refers to the word cis. I would imagine a lot of these are pretty negative towards, you can see all these cis women. Bodies of cis women aren't even the topic of discussion, just TERFs. Not doing another video. And this person is like mainstream, right? Okay, cis allies, look, it's not used there negatively. Should we put cis boys on puberty blockers until they're old enough to decide? You see the absolute use of the word cis. Cis lesbians.
It tells me this person is completely indoctrinated by the sort of, how can I say this, cultural paradigm of the regime.
Are your cis feelings hurt? Who's offended by that? Is anyone sensitive about being cis? So you're sensitive, or your feelings hurt? It's clearly they're pejorative.
It's more or less like I'm annoyed by the fact that you're calling me this stupid thing that is just designed to piss me off. Because it doesn't have any scientific validity except in your world. Yes. It's basically, I'm just going to try to insult you. That's basically what it means.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't care about it because it's... You know what this is like? You know the people who put their face or their hands in just... Hold on, damn it, I'm still talking.
Sorry.
You know the people who try to put their hands just like an inch from your face and go, I'm not touching you. It's basically that.
Yeah.
It's like a verbal version of that.
Yeah. Here's some at the end here that are interesting, right? So these are from 2016. So these are really old. I don't usually like digging up old tweets. But I think it's interesting. It shows the development of the use of this word. Natalie Wynn says, look, people shouldn't insult people for being cis. But I'm not persuaded this is an issue worth spending time on. So in other words, yeah, don't insult them, but who cares if you do? There aren't even really enough trans people for any kind of systematic discrimination against cis people to take hold. Oh my goodness.
Wow, that aged really well.
Fine milk. The main damage of insulting cis people is it creates needless enemies / distractions. So the only reason to not do it is because it might make people not like you. And I specifically found ContraPoints. I looked up how many times that they had used the word cis, fairly frequently, and usually in a negative connotation. I'll put it that way. So that's like one of the most popular transgender influencers who uses the word with a negative connotation.
I want to ask these people, the people who identify with this label, if you weren't that thing, would you still be interesting?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because if the answer is no, guess what? You're just lopping at this thing to get attention. Yeah. Because you're too insignificant and uninteresting to be interesting in any other way. Well, and yes, I just did insult so many people with this, with that. Like, and it's I don't care. I don't care because, as usual, I am right about absolutely everything.
But it's true. For a lot of people, it really is. Like, I don't really have anything that makes me particularly interesting, so here's something I can make interesting.
Yeah, that's basically
Speaking of being interesting, I think that Black Americans in particular must be getting pretty frustrated at the fact that that the rainbow people make up all the news now, right? They're as the most discriminated people ever. And here's the thing. Apparently, you're on the back burner, or black burner, as it may be.
Who did I show this to? I showed it to Ricky.
Black Californians told to have a, quote, broader view on what reparations could be, not expect cash payments.
Oh, God.
So if you don't recall, California recently voted to give Black people how many trillions of dollars was it? It was something, it was insane. $200 million each. Every Black Californian to get $200 million each. An $800 billion, I thought it was a trillion, just under. Well, that doesn't look like it. Local leaders are calling for moderated expectations of what reparations will actually look like for Black California residents. Wall Street Journal reported that California's Reparations Task Force is prepared to issue a nearly 1,000-page report to the California legislature in June, noting that this group is, quote, likely to suggest dozens of measures that could cost hundreds of billions of dollars.
You know what that basically means if you just separate that from bullshit? It's basically, we need bureaucrats to do something.
I can actually translate all this for you. You're not getting reparations.
You're not getting dick.
Yeah. Direct financial compensation to Black Californians, they said, may not happen at all.
No shit.
And let me tell you, by this May, that's
absolutely will not.
Not going to happen at all.
Yeah.
Because they can't afford this. They just can't. Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and make
nor is there any logistics behind any of this shit.
No. There's no way to do this. I'm not going to sit here and make a promise that everyone's going to get a check.
First thing a politician has ever said.
Right. One of the task force members, I want people to have a broader view on what reparations could be and a greater acceptance that it might take a little time. I don't want folks to be upset. I don't want folks' expectations and hopes up that they're going to be getting, 7-figure checks. That's not happening. That's what you promised them.
Do you know what happened if that happened?
You promised them $200 million per person. Do
you know what happened if they actually got that money?
Isn't it? California would go bankrupt.
It's not only that. It's just that all of that money would go right back into businesses.
I mean, I've also seen this episode of The Chappelle Show, yes.
Yeah. And Chris Rock just said they would just spend all the money on rims.
Right. The Legislative Black Caucus, which includes Bradford, is expected to lead any effort to act on the task force recommendations, the journal noted. While many members have said they support monetary reparations, they have also said programs to help Black descendants of slaves access higher education, buy a home, or start a business may be more feasible in the short term. Oh, you mean things that already exist? That the state already pumps a huge amount of money into?
Yeah, that's why I laughed.
You're not going to do shit. You're not going to do
This is literally what you've been trying to impart into the Black community for over 60 years, and it doesn't work.
They're going to claim they did it because it was voted for. They'll do some minor thing and then put a feather in the Dems will put a feather in their cap and say, "But look at what we did for Black Americans. We gave you reparations," so that they can put it on a bill and said, "Gave you reparations."
By the way, do you want to know the honest reason why nobody invests in the Black community?
Huh? Why?
Because 2 reasons. Because Black people do not have any respect for any of their own shit, even. You can see.
Not all.
No, definitely all, because they kill themselves.
Come on.
And no, they kill each other in massive numbers, number one. And 2, Black people joke about this. Anytime any black people get any money, what do? Get the fuck away from black people.
Yeah.
Yes, because
it's true.
Yes, because they realize that black people are destructive. And they like when they get money and they work for something, they go, holy shit, who is going to destroy my shit? Other black people. Do you know what? You know who's not going to destroy your shit? White people. Do you know why? Because white people also work for their shit and they like their money and they like property values to be high. Do you know why property values are not high? Around black people.
True.
This is like
they'll say that's systematic racism, though. They'll say that's systematic racism.
I've literally heard of black people say. I've literally heard black people say that around if they have a house around white people and Jews, it means they've made it. I've literally say this.
I've heard it too. Who's paying for this? One public letter to the task force asked. Should Japanese Americans whose families were interned pay?
Yeah,
or
actually.
Women? I don't care, but I mean, under this, why wouldn't you? If you're a Japanese American whose family was paid money by the U.S. government.
What if you have Irish lineage?
Your family was interned. Yeah. No dogs allowed. But no, that's fine. That's fine. No Irish allowed. That's fine. No
By the way, this picture right here sums up the entire state of this entire conversation.
The way that they came to that is Reverend Tony Pierce proclaimed the equivocal number from the 1860s for 40 acres is 200 million each for each and every African American.
What about the ones who own slaves? What about the ones who own slaves?
What about the ones who own slaves? What about the ones that were never slaves? However, leaders like California Secretary of State Shirley Weber, a former state senator, who helped pass the law establishing the task force in the first place, noted to the Journal that actually implementing a reparations policy is no easy task with budget restraints. No shit! $800
oh my god,
billion
we're being confronted with this horrible thing called math.
What again is that? What is the GDP of California?
It's one of the, I think it's like the 8th, which is
$3 trillion. So it's nearly a third of their full GDP.
Holy shit.
I know that if you're not good at maths, that might sound like, oh, it's just a third. That's nothing. You destroy the state of California. If you
more so than it already is.
Yeah. Because now you're talking resources. Now you're talking investment, she said. Yeah, because now you're being forced to actually deal with the reality, not your platitudes. Yes. Weber also said giving people money directly may not even be the best way to enrich their lives.
Wow.
What? Whoa!
You just basically destroyed the welfare state in UBI in one shot.
I know. What an astonishing revelation. If we say that the health disparity in this country is great and every black person gets $5,000, will that change the health disparities in California? Probably not, she said. But you're not offering them $5,000, are you? You didn't offer them $5,000, did you? You offered them $200 million, which is never going to happen. Never gonna happen. Just complete delusion. But it's amusing to me to watch their delusions be dashed.
Someone said something. Who was it on Twitter? Oh yeah, it was Mr. Reagan. He said that if you gave all of the homeless in California, oh, this is horrible. He said if you gave all of them $5,000, you would solve the homeless crisis because they would all OD on drugs.
No, yeah, they all do what?
They would all overdose on drugs.
Oh,
like god damn, that is rough.
I mean, probably closer to the
even by my standards. I went like, damn, that's pretty heavy.
I mean, that's but to be fair, that's probably closer to the truth than the.
Yeah, that's why I said like myth. That's
Because the promise that they'll give you with this $5,000 is, oh, as soon as they get that money, they're going to go put.
They will tend to investment bankers. They're
going to turn it to invest. They'll invest a bunch of it. They'll take just the bare minimum. They'll get a one room, shared apartment, the cheapest thing possible. Then they'll go get a job immediately because now they can clean themselves up. They'll go work at a McDonald's, work at 9 to 5. No, they won't. And you know that's a lie.
No, they don't.
They're
going
to blow it on drugs. Of course, they're not going to do it. Anywho, so we're in we're in the Juneteenth segment. So here we go. We'll be back to Pride Month soon. I know, but it's June and Juneteenth both happen in the same month. June is Pride Month, but it's also Juneteenth has happened. So here we go.
Montenegro. Who decided to name a country Montenegro? When were they founded? Is it a joke on black people? They don't look black, so I don't know. Montenegro, though, that's...
Was it a joke on black people to name the country Montenegro?
By that logic, Nigeria is like offensive to black trans people.
That what did it? It's just the mindset, right? That the name of a country must be a joke at the expense of black people.
I wonder. Do you know what black
and
is in
Black Mountain?
Do you know what black is in Spanish?
Negro.
Yes. I wonder if they think the entire Spanish language is a troll on them.
Oh, almost assuredly.
Nah.
Si, senor. I don't even remember the word for spoon in Spanish. My Spanish is completely dead. And also, you probably already heard it, but my Spanish is in a Japanese accent. That's why I stopped. I was learning at the same time. And it didn't turn out great. I only took Spanish in high school.
Yeah, this is typically a self-absorbed American.
Yeah. So,
I love listening to Americans talk about other countries. It's just hilariously stupid. We run the world, but we know nothing about it. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ.
CNN gets rocked by drove of fact-checkers after network race baits on Father's Day.
Oh my god, this is gonna be great. Speaking of black, the person who wrote this name is Schwartz.
Yeah, Michael Schwartz here at the Western Journal. By the way, I have two new. So I usually use Gateway Pundit as an aggregator, but I now use both of them. I use Western Journal and Gateway Pundit, both of them. Western Journal
RCP.
Very good as and RCP. All three. This one I didn't find until recently though, but all three fantastic news aggregators. If you want to like figure out what's going on and just see like, because then they'll redirect you to the individual articles. But they also do their own independent work, of course, and this was the best article I found on this. CNN says black fathers are often portrayed as absent or distant statistically. I mean, come on, just on statistics, but we'll get to there in a second. But that isn't what most people experience, according to both data and black dads themselves. Such bias portrayals are often based on who's telling the story. I didn't go to the tweet itself or to the article itself, but I'm wondering. If you're a
black father and you know your kids, then that doesn't apply to you. So I don't know why you'd be offended.
What are their statistics? What are their statistics here? Fathers in the pool. Where's the 70% of black fathers who live with their children are most likely to have bathed, dressed, changed, or helped their child with the toilet every day. Oh, but this is black fathers who live with their children.
Yeah, no shit.
This is your statistical evidence?
Hey, guess what? Black dads who know their kids are dads. Like, no shit.
That 70% of black fathers who actually are dads, who have an active role in their children's lives, are active in their. Not all of them, but 70%.
Yes.
But it's more than white, it's more than whitey, and more than Hispanics. Okay, but this isn't a good statistic because, well, let's look at it. Twitter users were quick to correct CNN's data.
Oh, okay.
Percentage of children living absent their biological fathers. Black children, 57.6%.
That's really fucking high. Gee, that's
it
more
is.
than half.
Yes.
Wow, no wonder this is a dysfunctional mess.
Compared to Hispanics at 31.2 and white at 20.7. So yeah, of the just over a third of black fathers who do live with their children, then yeah, they spend more time taking care of them than, according to self-report data, by the way, than do white fathers. But the pure data aren't. The raw data are pretty negative, right? 57.6%. That's the number. Just everybody. 57.6%. We have a visualization
strange, but
here.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but let's see. In 2022, the majority of white children and Hispanic children living in two-parent homes, 75.6% and 65.5% respectively, compared with 4 in 10, 43% of black children live in a home with both parents.
The jokes.
Sorry.
The jokes I want to make, and they're all really bad.
But when you put out falsities, you're gonna get fact-checked.
Yeah, especially on this freaking topic, by the way, because it's the memetics is really funny.
The thing is that all of their bullshit has been reliant on for so long on there being no fact-checking, and that they would just shut you down and say, "Well, you're not an approved of journalist." And that's the way that they've been able to sell these kinds of lies for so long. This is a serious problem.
I feel that only works when you have when there was credibility within the journalistic sort of class, and now that's completely gone. Like now, when you say you're a journalist, that's not really a badge of honor. Now it's kind of a slur.
Right. And it's gotten so much worse over time. Like it's decreased over time. It's gotten worse. Let me ask you something, CNN. does it help Black fathers? Does it help Black families by lying to them?
No.
Does lying help? Is lying going to ameliorate this problem? This is a serious issue.
No, I think the question might be more why.
Nothing screams Happy Father's Day like race baiting. Yeah.
Oh god, so many jokes. I can make this.
Like, it's just. This,
God, I can make a Rumble video on this.
It does not help anybody to lie to them.
No. But the thing of it is, everybody knows this.
I know, because it's you don't. I mean, you do need statistics, but everyone does know it. You need the statistics to evidence the truth. But lying to people does not help. It just doesn't. Stop fucking lying. Speaking of Juneteenth, at least 23 shot, 1 killed near Willowbrook after Juneteenth celebration turns violent. Says the police. This is in Illinois, Chicagoland area.
Ah, Chirac.
Yeah. A large group was.
Hey, look, it's the one white cop.
Yeah, say about this.
Oh goodness! By the way, if you understand that reference, well done.
Yay.
Morning. My name is Deputy Chief Eric Swanson from the DuPage County Sheriff's Office. Shortly before 12:30 a.m. on Sunday, June 18th, DuPage County Sheriff's deputies were in the area of Honeysuckle Rose Lane and Route 83 and heard numerous gunshots fired and responded to an area where a large gathering of people was happening. Preliminary witness and victim reports indicate that there were at least 20 individuals shot.
A fairly big
this time, one victim is deceased. Victims were taken to multiple hospitals in DuPage, Cook, and...
We get the idea. It's sad. But it was at a...
News just in. It's an average weekend in Chicago.
Who's celebrating Juneteenth? Okay. They're not gonna tell you the statistics of the people who were shot or did the shooting. People who... But let's just say we can pretty likely surmise the people who were shot and who did the shooting were probably likely African Americans. I
need a clip of the Hodge
was supposedly celebrating their freedom, you know, and it makes me very sad.
Hold on a second. Where's the Hodge twins?
Again, I think I've talked about this before. I think the Democrat establishment intentionally keeps Black people down.
What's their voting base?
Keeps them as subservient to them, and promotes fatherlessness, promotes abortion. I've said it many times, and I will never stop saying it, that I think that what Planned Parenthood has done in the United States, because it comes directly out of Margaret Sanger's own desire, was a Black genocide. And I'll never stop saying that, because I think that's true. No, they're killing white people, and Asian people, and Hispanic people, too. But, you know.
Oh, Aiden?
It's really sad. Yeah?
What
you got?
Play this.
Okay. Okay. Oh, this Hodgman's thing.
Yes.
Let's go.
Nobody's invested in those communities. Nobody wants to go there because there's a bunch of niggas killing everybody. Everything that's happening in the Black community is self-inflicted. Yeah, they're complicit in their own demise.
Yeah, there we go.
Like white people have.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
I just wanted Kevin to say that.
Yeah, you had perfect timing. Like,
this has become like my go-to in all of my videos, where I just need to say this word. Like, Kevin, can I just please get you to say it?
No, you have to pass. But you know what, Spoon? We've spent a whole 5 minutes talking about the less oppressed group. Time to talk about the oppressed group.
My people?
Really oppressed. No, the gays. Wake up call. Bud Light gets worse news from popular gay bars.
People drink Bud Light in gay bars?
Well, not anymore. If they ever did. Bud Light?
Why would a bunch of gays drink that shit?
But
don't you drink like cocktails or some shit?
Yes. Speaking as a half
it's called
gay
cock.
Myself.
I imagine that's the reason why they drink it.
Exactly. So yeah, here's this is.
Whereas I drink my whiskey. Great.
This is the BlackRock thing. But yeah, so a bunch of gay bars in.
You didn't even just like sigh at the patheticness of that joke. Seriously?
No, I knew it was coming. That's the thing. Get it?
Yeah.
So it's continued. We've talked about this before. We've talked about this before, but more and more gay bars have banned or not selling Bud Light. they're either not selling it or they're boycotting it or whatever, which we could have seen, because the only thing that the left will accept is total and utter capitulation. The right was just like, just apologize. We're getting into it. 2 months now, guys. Still no apology. All that most people on the right, I think, wanted it. Not anymore. Like, we're past it now. But for the first couple weeks, it was like, just apologize. Just say, we screwed up and move on. They refused. Now no one wants to drink your piss water ever again, I think. After Bud Light debacle, Ab InBev takes bow at Ad Biz Oscars. Wait till you see this.
Is a gay fairy's favorite drink a cocktail then?
I guess so. Yeah. Must be. Bud Light gave themselves essentially an award. The brewer is in south of France to collect its second annual Marketer of the Year honor, calling recent controversy a wake-up call for the industry.
What?
They gave themselves an award for this.
For what? Like how to lose money?
I guess so. In the wake of the controversy across the Atlantic,
yeah, it was a total dad joke.
Ab InBev's global chief marketing officer, Marcel Marcondes, took to the Cannes Lions main stage to give the event's opening seminar. The session was described in programming notes as a talk in part about Ab InBev's, quote, relentless focus on connecting with consumers in meaningful ways. Marcondes also touched briefly on the Bud Light situation stateside. In times like this, when things get divisive and controversial so easily, I think it's an important wake-up call to all us marketers for us to be very humble.
You did that. You made the divisive controversy, you morons.
I know. Ab InBev is, quote, really reminding ourselves of what we should do best every day.
Would you shut the fuck up and just drink beer?
Which is to really understand our customers, which is to really celebrate and appreciate every customer that loves our brands, but in a way that can make them be together, not apart, he said.
Oh my Words god, this is so cringe. This is like, oh my god, this is like the worst marketing sloganeering. Sloganeering, sorry. I want to throw up. It's just terrible.
Look at the, okay. So, Cannes Lions honored Ab InBev as Creative Marketer of the Year during the 2022 festival, as well as making this summer's repeat honor the first consecutive win by such a company, organizers said. The awards body, owned by London-based Accidental Events, announced Ab InBev's back-to-back win in March ahead of the Cannes Lions Festival itself, and just before the attention around Bud Light's work with Mulvaney began to swirl.
Do you just like looking like meatballs?
I mean, they had months to change this, but chose not to. The award recognizes Ab InBev's sustained creative excellence that has driven sustainable business growth, as well as their body of lion-winning work amassed over a sustained period of time. They're down.
What is that word, sustained?
How many millions of dollars? Hang on.
Billions.
How much money? It's billions now. Has Bud, as Anheuser-Busch lost? Because I would like a recent figure. It's 27 billion.
Mr. Larry
27
Fink,
billion.
You are not going to be able to force behavior with
I need a more recent one.
Drink the beer, you bigot.
We need a more recent one. Sorted by recent. 3 weeks ago. I don't know if we have a new...
Shut the fuck up, you bigot.
I don't know if we have a more recent one. The last report that I have is that they're at over $27 billion lost. But yes, award-winning marketing and reputation for producing brave and creative and innovative marketing solutions.
Like how to destroy your own brand.
They certainly are innovative in their way of destroying their own company.
They're innovative in the way that a cannonball and a Molotov cocktail is good for building.
They were the #1 beer in America for forever, and now they're second to Modelo. And I know people are like, the leftists are like, haha, Modelo's owned by Ab InBev, haha, you get fucked. No, they are owned, but they're distributed by a separate company in America. For a while now. So they're not. So Ab InBev is not making money on Modelo being sold in the U.S. Huh.
Well done.
Let's see. One social media post can now travel faster further, blah, blah, blah. Leila Fattar, founder of the cultural marketing strategy from Platform 13, Spirit of Fairness and Credibility. I think it would be a big and right gesture for Ab InBev to give the 2023 award back, make the changes necessary, and come back even stronger. I don't think they should have gotten it in the first place, obviously. I mean, they legitimately got an award for failure. You can't
Failing upwards the way of the lefties.
It truly is. You can't make it up. They got an award for failure. Oh my goodness. Potato Chip for €2 says, to be fair, the Balkans are a joke to humanity. GR. Oh man, this is Balkans who would not agree with that. Be very upset with that one. And then Kizet for £5 says, evening, hope you're doing well. Aiden, check DMs. And can we enjoy the George Floyd white submarine, or is it too soon? We're going to be talking about it here in a little bit. I have seen the George Floyd edit of the submarine that can't breathe. I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, you have to laugh about this situation. I don't want to laugh at the fact that people just died. That's horrible. I am, however, gonna laugh a little bit at the insane circumstances and series of events that led to this. Now, here's the thing. Twitter leftists aren't going to give them that kind of deference to the families of the deceased, let alone to the deceased themselves. They're celebrating this. This is lefty New Year. They love seeing rich people die, particularly if they're suffocating on their own.
That was it at first, and now not so much.
Until now, yeah, things have changed a little bit. The lefties all over Twitter were celebrating. They were throwing parties of, oh yeah, I'm so happy a bunch of rich people are dead. Until some more information came out, and now they're not doing it so much anymore. Weird how that happens, but we'll be covering it. Yeah. So, speaking of, Anheuser-Busch has tweeted, which they have not done very often.
Wonder why?
They tweeted on today and said, we know how important it is to be prepared when disaster strikes. Speaking of disasters, that's why we're expanding our partnership.
Especially self-inflicted ones.
Yes, yeah. Oh, yeah, good point. Good point. That's why we're expanding our partnership with NVFC to deliver 2.5 million cans of emergency drinking water to volunteer fire departments across the country, more than ever before. I mean, like, good on you for doing a nice thing, but it's important. Important it is to be prepared when disaster strikes. I mean,
which is them trying to save face.
I mean, nice gesture, but
you started the fire.
Right.
You just say that, but you started the fire.
There you go.
You said the foyer. Of your own demise. Yeah, pretty much. Click that one right there.
What? Jeremy's tweet?
No, go up.
There.
No, just up, just a little bit down.
I don't know what it only goes up.
No, I have it under the picture. The right-hand side. Under the picture.
Okay.
Yes, on the right-hand side. Under the picture, right-hand side.
What
right-hand side. Right side. That.
Oh, hidden replies?
Yeah, this is what they turned off.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
There's one particular one. This is the one that turns the front again. No. Keep going.
There's probably a ton of the. Oh, I can't have that on screen, sir. I can't look at any of this on stream, dude. We're gonna get in trouble now. We're just gonna strike. I can't.
Well, just the one on the arsehole. You just delete the stream when it's done, for heaven's sakes. If it's not monetizing, you're fine.
Junebug for 2 says, hi, you two. Hello, Junebug. I'm so sorry if you just had to see that.
It's the one with...
We'll see. Oh my god, okay.
It's the one with the...
I don't know what you're talking about, Spoon.
It's the one with the arse. It's the one with the bottle in the arse.
I saw that. I scrolled past it. It was on screen for about 10 seconds, or not even, like 3 seconds. You saw it, you saw
God, it's funny as hell.
Here we go. Getting back to Pride Month, trans activist gets removed by security interrupting the national anthem at TPUSA event.
Oh, by the way, Aiden?
In New York City. Yeah?
Consider yourself gotten back for the shit that you put me through with Rule 34. Now we're even.
No, that was it. You knew it. You knew the hidden replies were full of trans. You knew it was full of pornography. You bastard. But it's one thing when I tell you to go look at something off screen. You told me to look it up on screen.
I told you don't screw with me. I will get you back.
we can get really big trouble, Mike.
No, you just did it. Dude.
Lose the fucking channel, man.
No, dude. Hard Bastard says gamer words in all of his streams. Just turn it off when the stream is done.
All right. Anywho, okay. That's true. We might have to now, guys, because of what just happened. All right. Anywho. Oh my God! Look at him! Look at the little soy boy! Look at this guy's face! Look at how tiny he is! Look at his little soy.
It's like carrying a freaking potato sack.
Oh my God! Just carrying him. Oh my God! He's smiling.
This is such a weird tribal moment.
Anywho, that was funny. It's so funny. It's not just Bud Light, things aren't going well for, of course. So we did cover it briefly, but
Or just edit the stream.
I'll try it. I'll see what I can do. Okay, the Dodgers had their worst day in 125 years. They lost 15-0 at home. Now, baseball is the only sport I care about. And if you don't recall what the Dodgers did... What do you mean?
Why baseball?
Because I like baseball.
Okay. Is it because it involves you setting your ass and doing fuck all?
Yeah. What do you mean? I like...
That's pretty much cricket as well.
Baseball. So this is right after they do this, or right before this happened, the worst loss in 125 years of this team. It happened right after this.
Ah, yes, I remember this now.
The what were they called again?
The Sisters
of Perpetual Indulgence.
Yeah.
At the intersection of
trans nuns.
Pride Month and
we don't need to go over it. But I think much like the church that caught fire recently that was hit by lightning. Interesting that the Dodgers would have the very worst game in 125 years.
Baseball is America's pastime. Yeah, baseball is basically just a cringe version of cricket that's not as good.
Oh, whatever. Okay. Baseball is fun. I understand baseball. I like baseball. I have a fun time when I'm at a baseball game.
Yeah, but just like rugby, it's like this is the poor man's version.
Oh, bruh. Okay, whatever.
I'll tell you what, when
You've never been to a baseball game.
I'll tell you what, when your country can win any tournament on a national level, on an international level rather, I'll pay attention to you. Until then, my country's won 3 World Cups. Eat a dick.
Actually, you know who beats us in baseball all the time, actually. I was going to say, why don't you come play us in baseball? You know who beats our ass in baseball all the time in international stuff?
Japan?
Japan. Japan absolutely wrecks us.
Because they got fast wrists.
What does that mean? Fast wrists. But it's
because
another
they play violin.
Yeah.
What did you think I meant?
I don't know. Well, I thought you were making a masturbation joke, considering the porn addiction problem in Japan.
They have a porn addiction problem? It's not something I'm aware of.
You're not
I don't pay attention to that kind of shit in Japan. They've got better things to like export the world, not that fucking things. That tentacle shit.
You know what? I'm letting it go. It's there. Everybody in the chat heard it. Just let it go. Anywho, looks like God's not letting it go. Strikes a church that did a trans pride event for children with the lightning strike, and now the Dodgers have their worst game in 125 years after they host the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. But don't worry, it's not going to stop any of these lunatics. They're going to keep going. Here's The View, our favorite segment every week. Let's go. It's Sunny. Here she is. She's going to brighten up your day. That's why she's called Sunny Spoon.
Anna has really touched on something. There are mothers groups where I live, and they are picking up banned books, and they are giving them back to schools, and they're giving them back to libraries. And
you're terrible mothers.
Mobile little libraries filled with banned books. And I think maybe that's the only way that we can stop this paper genocide that we're seeing of our history. We need to insist that we get these books back out there. And
God, you're like the
genocide.
You are such a horrible shill. Mate, just
it's
you were
also
like just a shameless bitch.
Paper genocide. Also, really understand what
paper
they're
genocide. I don't know
about.
what the fuck that even means.
She called it them removing pornographic material from public school libraries a paper genocide, and suggests handing out the pornographic material to children behind their parents' backs. And by the way, the books aren't banned; they're just not in the libraries. If your weird-ass parents want to buy you a genderqueer, they're allowed to do it.
Change the view to blind.
Because for £5, yeah, for real. Because for £5 says Aiden loves baseball because of the film Moneyball. I do like Moneyball. I'm sure you've seen it, right?
No.
You've seen Moneyball?
No. Why would I know?
Oh, it's a movie about statistics.
Oh fuck it.
It's about they take a completely like disastrous team and use statistics to make them successful. Aiden would love looking into motorsports stats. No fucking wonder why you like that. Yeah, I like Moneyball. It's about numbers. I like number. Anywho,
God, you're such a dork.
Yeah, not everything is bad though. I'm gonna sprinkle in some bastedness in with the cringe. Rishi Sunak.
Oh yeah, this was rather funny.
This was rather funny.
Security. It shows his spectacular misjudgment and why he's completely unfit to lead our country. And,
you're not an ethnic Englishman. You will never be English. And it's not your country.
Okay, that aside, let's listen to what he has to say.
Your country is what the English colonized, and then you follow them back home.
Okay, I don't hate Rishi Sunak, and let's listen to what he has to say.
I'm gonna punish you for that.
I don't hate him yet. I'm putting it on that point. Okay?
Why?
Should I? You think?
Yes.
You think he's proven himself to be that much of a shitbag?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Busy. Like me, you were probably seeing that he was busy trying to convince everybody that women clearly had penises. And I was reflecting, you all know I am a big fan of everybody studying maths to 18. But it turns out that we need to focus on biology to 18.
Very base.
I agree. I have an idea how we can solve the gender problem once and for all. Send everyone to a farm for 6 months and teach them how to milk cows.
Yeah, I mean, to try and give a dose of reality.
Yeah, they will quickly learn which one is a bull and which one is not.
Yeah, that's true for sure.
Yeah, and the ones who can come back, you can go back to the farm and be successful farmers because you have successfully learned biology. And the other ones who have been gored by a bull's horn, tough shit. I don't give a crap.
I think the only reason I don't hate Rishi is because every once in a while he does something mildly based. It's the same thing with what's his name, who will occasionally do something. No.
Piers Morgan?
I'm with Boris. Yeah, like Piers Morgan, where he'll occasionally do something based, and it like kind of moves my opinion thermometer like back towards like negligibility of opinion, like
broken clock.
And then, yeah, right. I think that's more accurate though.
Yeah.
But back to the cringe, because this is some and back to the states. This is some significant
Franklin is
cringe.
still being portrayed.
This is about a new. It's a play.
Oh yeah.
Called 1776.
I think Quibba
the musical. Yeah, 1776 the musical, which has been blackwashed. But before they talk about it, let me see if I can pull a picture of it. Musical, give you an idea of what we're looking at here.
No God.
In this, do they have a picture of this new version?
I have a picture of it.
Oh, can you send it to me, please?
I
know you sent it to me before, actually, when we talked about it, but I didn't have it pulled up. I just had this conversation about it.
Here it is.
Because you can imagine how they've chosen to represent. Yeah, here we go.
If all of you want to scream "burner with fire," that's completely understandable.
Here it is, 1776, the musical.
Oh, there is one bit of this that I like.
The musical?
Yes, that photograph.
Which part do you like?
Oh, what does it say on the 6?
Now on tour?
No, what is it coming out of, woman?
Oh, an egg?
And what is the egg painted of?
Well, yeah, because it's about America breaking free of Britain. That's the...
No, what does that imply? If it's coming from an egg...
I don't get it. I'm not getting your allegory.
If it's coming
chicken?
From... if it's coming from the egg, it means
is
it's been
America
burst.
the chicken?
It means it means that America is basically baby England. That's just what it is. And I really enjoy annoying the Americans by saying you're basically baby Britain, because you are. And it annoys the Americans so much when you just say, yeah, you're basically England without the monarchy, and therefore you're kind of.
I don't know. It's you so passed over me with that. What was supposed to annoy me that it didn't even register.
That's because you're a monarchist.
However, I thought what you were going for is that, I don't know if you know this, but trans people will very often refer to, trans activists refer to people who they're trying to, I'm going to be honest, groom into being trans and call them eggs because they haven't come out of their shell yet. And it's like, oh, you little baby, you're just an egg. You're just a little egg.
No,
that's... So I thought that's what you're referring to.
Kill me now, please.
Kizzer for £5 says, Aidan Sunak was a Goldman Sachs banker in the 2008 recession, cons a WF member. Yeah, I know. Gender problem can be solved with the island question to any objections. I get where you're coming from. Again, it's like, it will occasionally do something that makes me not hate him.
The one thing that
I never said I liked him. I said I don't hate him.
The one thing that I just, I hate about this crap, and I complained about this before, is that one thing that I fucking despise about blacks in general in America is that you're basically nomads because you were taken, well, you were sold by other blacks in Africa who didn't give a fuck, because you have this weird perception of, ooh, black people give a shit. Like, no, they're tribes people and other tribes want to kill them, and therefore they will happily make them fuck off and go away and trade them for arms to defend them against other people who want to kill them, which is just... the
homie, the star characters of The Woman King.
And for God's sake, I'm still talking. Heaven's sake. Right, and as far as this is concerned, I just hate the fact that these people bitch all damn day long about, oh, European history is so oppressive and evil. Like, why do you try to feature in it then?
That is curious, isn't it? If it's so... And you know why? It's because they see it
You're just envious that our history is based in your sucks because your civilization hasn't built shit.
I actually don't think that's why they do this.
No, that is why.
I mean...
They scream envy.
It is envy, but I don't think that's the only... So let me... Hang on. I don't think you're incorrect. But I think that part of it is a humiliation ritual. I think so much of this is a humiliation ritual.
It just makes him look desperate, though.
But this part is the, oh, you colonized us? We're going to colonize your history. That's what it is. That's why they have to make Cleopatra black. That's why they have to do this. But let's listen to
But it just makes you look desperately cringe. It doesn't feel like I'm conquered. It's more just, you look stupid.
Same thing with the word cis, Spoon. Haha, cis, scum. Aren't you offended that I called you cis? It's a slur, it's an insult. Really. Aren't you offended? No. I'm not offended by this. Like, I just find it cringe. Again, like this, same thing. I'm not offended. It's just cringe. It's a little offensive historically.
Okay, okay. People saying Ethiopia, though, I can understand, but Ethiopia is one part of America. That's like me. That's
part of America.
Yes,
Africa.
But, yeah, but that's like if V were to take credit for the British Empire.
Why would? Oh, what? Because Romania's in
Europe, yes, and whereas Ethiopia is one tribe in Africa,
or one part of Africa. Yeah, if you were to take the Malayan Empire and you were to say that's all of
Africa, yes, yeah. It'd be like if V were to take credit for the English Empire. Like, you're not in any way related to it. You're just in the same continent.
Bleach Demon for 2 says Americans are still free English. Oof, man, not sure how free we are. America is hurtling rapidly towards the kind of
still free. So you are
state.
Curious. You say still free. So by that logic, the English were free at one point. So the monarchy wasn't actually all that oppressive. Well done. Bit of a mask-off moment there.
No, I don't think that's what he meant. But I believe Bleach Demon is saying America is still free. But
have you seen the size of your state and what your country does in the world stage? I don't really consider you a free country.
Like I said, hurtling rapidly towards the British nanny state. Yeah. And that happened pretty fast in the UK, by the way, if you look at the history of it.
I like Americans, but your politics is just a shit show.
USA.
Yeah, that kind of shit.
Go.
Very tribal.
Actually, very soon. It's 4th of July in just a couple weeks, lads. Get ready. Get your flags out. Oh, I should make a Jello thingy, like a red, white, and blue. And I got strawberries. If I make it now, it probably wouldn't be any good. But we've got strawberries in the yard growing, and the blueberries have been on sale. So I'll make like a. I'll make like a strawberry, blueberry, and whipped cream trifle. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's watch this real quick.
Today in 1776, the musical, which is touring around America. And for all you bigots out there, you might be a little disappointed to know that Benjamin Franklin is portrayed by a woke black lady.
They mermaided the founding fathers?
They mermaided.
Mermaided, I love it. I can't say mermaided the founding fathers.
The founding fathers.
Blackwashed.
Mm-hmm. We hold.
I love that this has been tweeted by an account called Right Wing Watch to get all offended about this. Like they're offended by it, you know. But you did. You blackwashed them.
Yes.
You sassified and blackwashed them. Sorry, you just did.
These truths to be self-evident, y'all.
Yeah, you know, it's just they're mocking us at this point. Did you say? I think at one point you said, Patrick, that there isn't one straight white male in the entire 1776 musical.
Yes, no straight whale. So it's all people with pronouns or minorities and women. And there's a black lady playing Benjamin Franklin.
Oh my gosh, what is happening to my country? This is horrible.
Can I say something though about that? I want to say one thing about Benjamin Franklin and a black lady playing him. Let's be a little bit honest about Benjamin Franklin.
He was chubby, and so are they.
Kinda looks like look. At some point, when people get old and kind of chubby, though, they do all sort of like look like a bland gender blob. Do you know what I mean? I'm just saying this famous portrait of Benjamin Franklin could easily also be a fat woman. I'm just saying. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I think if you were gonna get any black person,
not black, but
I think
could be a fat white woman.
Do you know who you could get to play if you were gonna make him black?
Mm-hmm.
Al Sharpton.
Oh, that would be fun.
Al Sharpton would make a hilarious Ben Franklin. Like, let's be real.
It
would. I wouldn't actually mind. I would just laugh. Like, oh yeah, I could see it.
Like, this is a mockery. This is an absolute.
It is a mockery. By the way, that's what it's intended. It's a
but it just makes him look dumb.
Demoralization. It is a humiliation ritual. They are completely correct. That's what it is.
Mockery to us. And, you know, it's just a humiliation ritual. You know, they take one of the most important times of American history and then they pervert it and they make it black and gay. And that just kind of seems to like be what like the theme of America.
Yes. By the way, Benjamin Franklin was like 80. I like her too. And what I'm saying is that when people, like a lot of times when people were like 80 years old, they and chubby, which I think Benjamin Franklin was like 80 when that portrait was made. Look,
he's not 80.
And the hair's probably 70. He's pretty old in that portrait, wasn't he?
No.
Hair's all white. How old do you think he was in that? I mean, he was not wearing a wig, obviously, in that portrait. I don't know. Whatever. See if we can find out when that portrait of Benjamin Franklin was painted. Anywho.
This administration is doing. Yeah, they're historical, all right, because they're the only administration.
Oh, how old was he?
No, he was 85 when he died.
So possible. Anywho, sorry, let's go back.
Yeah, 1706 and 1790. Wow, yeah.
It and they make it black and gay, and that just kind of seems to like be what like the theme of America. This administration is
doing. Really is make it black and gay,
right? Because they're the only administration I've known in probably history or global history that was able to turn everything black and gay that quickly. Like the Little Mermaid.
They make everything not white and straight, and what happens to everything? Oh yeah, it collapses, which just
people don't
which
want
just
to
goes.
see it.
But what does that say if just from an optics perspective?
People were tired. Here's the thing. People have
everything
no problem.
that is straight and white is superior.
People have no problem
pride.
with a movie that stars a black actor. People love Idris Elba.
Yes, or Samuel L. Jackson.
Yes, or Samuel Jackson.
Or Denzel Washington.
And people are totally
Or Morgan
fine.
Freeman.
People are totally fine with a gay guy. Will and Grace was a massively, not among people like you and me, Spoon. It's aimed at middle-aged women, but people loved Will and Grace. There's been plenty of beloved gay characters throughout history, throughout the modern history of cinema and television.
Who cares as long as you're funny?
No one cares as long as you're good, and it's not just there for the sake of being there. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to think of
it really is that simple.
Have I watched any shows where there was gay characters?
I'm trying to think of one now.
Yeah. I think American Dad, the 2 news anchors are gay.
Yeah, okay. Gay. Greg, I've watched more TV shows.
Greg and the other one. And one of them is a Republican.
List of
and it's really funny.
Television series.
And he said that you should encourage more gay people because gay people buy products and they're uber capitalists.
Yeah. And it's now look at this list. Yeah, I haven't seen any of these shows.
Yeah. Gays hate Democrats by buying shit. It's like, oh yeah, good point.
I haven't seen any of these shows that are on this list. For gay LGBT representation in TV shows. I haven't seen a single show on this list.
Frederick the Great of Prussia.
Oh, it's by year, that's why.
Oh, that's when we go.
Why does it start in 2020?
I don't know.
That would be why. Oh my god. It's like, there's a billion of these lists. Why do they start with children's shows? Oh my god. I'm not. Okay, give me the 90s. Thank you. Okay, yeah, there's some shows I've seen here. I don't know. I'm done. There's been nobody had a problem with this stuff until you started shoving it down people's throats and saying no, you have to.
Shove it down children's throats.
I talked about it last night. I think I did, which is that they've made this so bad that I'm replaying Mass Effect 3. And I never had a problem with the what guy's name, Cortez or something like that.
Yeah.
The
I didn't know Cortez was gay.
Oh, because he tells you his husband died.
Oh.
And in order to get because yes, you know why you don't know that? Because you have to go talk to him in the hangar and then ask him about his family. Oh. He won't just whereas like the way that it is now in all this media is just like, hello, I am gay. This is my character trait. This is my only character trait is that I am gay or trans or black or whatever. It's never like that anymore where again a game made in 2012 by BioWare, which is now hyper woke, was just, oh hey, here's your new pilot. You can go talk to him if you want. He's Hispanic, I guess. That's the only thing you know about him. You're Steve. But like
his name's Cortez, guess why?
Well, yeah, he calls like somebody like essay or something, whatever.
Cringe.
Which is a little cringe. So it's like he was approaching it. But what I noted about it was that when I first played that game in 2012 when it came out, and even when I replayed it, I think in like 2016, it didn't bother me at all. And it still doesn't bother me in terms of I think it was well handled. But this replay, I just had like a negative like, I don't want it. I don't want to hear about how you're gay. Even though you're not telling me about how you're gay, you're just telling me like my husband died. Like this gay lobby shit has gone so far, it's made me, a half of a gay person myself, be instantaneously turned off and like have a negative reaction to just seeing a gay character in media.
Yeah.
Who is not doing anything.
They're just existing and they're like, ugh.
Just existing in the way that I would prefer the media to be. But now it irritated me. No, it didn't really irritate me. What's the way I'd like to say it? It's just like, ugh. I just like groaned. Yeah, I just did it, ugh. Even though the game was made 10 years ago, you know? Yes, it's gay. I have gay fatigue. I have rainbow fatigue. I really do. I think everybody does, by the way. I have rainbow fatigue. Rainbow fatigue. But, speaking of,
derangement
Disney's diversity chief reportedly exits after woke policy
controversies. Oh yeah, I saw this. Can you do me a favor? Can you scroll down to the very bottom? Yeah.
Very bottom?
Yeah. What do you notice it's missing from this?
In the picture or in the
very, very bottom? There's usually something at the bottom of the thing. Oh look, it's not there. Oh yeah. What's missing?
What is it?
Oh, the comments.
Oh yeah, even on the New York Post. Even on the New York Post, they're turned off.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wonder why. Hey, you know what comments are also missing? Remember the...
Also, here she is. Here's the diversity chief.
Of course she fucking will be. She's blind. And you know what was also missing? You know the smuggler one? The comments were turned off there as well. I wonder why. Isn't it curious? The two groups that you can't criticize, the comments are always turned off in their articles. Isn't that just very curious, Aiden?
It is curious.
Wonder why.
Like Nancy, you don't think that Mass Effect 2 holds up? Weird, because I'm not enjoying Mass Effect 3 as much. Every once in a while I'll have a moment where something really fun happens in the gameplay.
I like Mass Effect 3's combat. It was the most action-packed.
Whereas that's the reason I don't like it as much. It's because I think I'm like, this is like a run and gun shooty McTooey.
Yes, the story isn't... I think for a combat versus story melding, I think 2 is probably the best.
It probably is the best. And one thing that was really fun that happened is I threw a singularity, and there were like 2 guards standing on either side of the door. I threw a singularity at the one. He goes up into the air, and then I did a throw move at him, which I had 2. It's like a double throw I've unlocked. So then he exploded. He hit the guy next to him. That guy then bounced into the air and hit another dude down the hall. And I had to pause because I was laughing so hard at just the physics section. It's just that was a pull move, you know what I mean? Like boom, boom, boom.
Yeah,
like,
the combos are quite strong because once you can get people off the ground and you can just throw them, and especially if you don't bother with weapons, and you just go full bio mode.
Yeah, I only have 2 weapons.
The refresh is really fucking quick.
Yeah. I only 2 weapons. I have the lightest submachine gun that I can carry, basically, which is like a bug out.
Yeah, that's basically all that I have. I didn't bother with the rifles.
No, I take a sniper rifle. I take my
sniper rifle. No, that's what you have Garrus for.
No, it's so Garrus and I can hide behind the same rock. And I tweeted about this because it also was a moment that made me very happy. As Garrus and I were hiding behind the same rock, and I'm switching between sniping heads and throwing biotics, and it got to the point where we're reloading, just like taking a shot and reloading at the same time. I was like, yes, this is what I wanted, and this is what I'm here for. This is why I'm replaying this game. I'm so happy. Me and my best bro and boyfriend Garrus. Yes, let's go. And you're judging me.
Yes, I am extremely.
Sniper bros, we just touched the tips of our rifles together, dude. So much tip talk tonight. We should recall the stream tip talk.
Wish my face was on camera right now so you can see the contempt I have.
You press J to judge.
Yeah, everyone in the chat press J. And if you don't, I freaking will.
Do not ingest. He's a metallic bird. Want to rub my fingers through his frills. Yes. It's just you. Okay, there you go. There's some more judgment. Okay, Disney's chief executive.
I want to leave the stream right now and shower just to cleanse myself of this just F-wordness. Just no. Oh God. Just
Minnesota Fats is uncomfortable. In BioWare selling body pillows of Garrus? They are? I almost bought one 10 years ago. I'm not even a little bit joking. I was at an anime convention and someone had one, but it was like $150, and I was like, I'll come back the next day and get it. And also the thing too is that it wasn't like a full-size body pillow. It was like a tiny one. It was only like 2 feet long, so I didn't get it.
Just for the record, I romanced Jack.
I know I'm married. Garrus isn't real. He's a bird person.
It's quite funny that you like Garrus.
Why?
Because you like Boone in Fallout.
Yeah, I like this. I like the snipe heads.
No, it's because Boone is a broken gate and Garrus is a total badass.
But Garrus is also sad sometimes too.
Garrus is not sad. Shut the fuck up.
In my head canon.
I don't think you like sad boys. I think you just like snipers.
I do. Yes.
Yeah, and the chat is heavily judging you. More J's. Pile on the judgment.
I love the judgment. I love the judgment.
Yes.
Speaking of judgment, Disney's chief diversity officer, Latondra. Oh my God. Latondra Newton is reportedly leaving the company and in a 6-year stint.
Why do you sound like a gay mountain?
A gay mountain? Latondra!
That sounds like a gay mountain.
I'm gonna climb that mountain. See that mountain? You can climb it. Quote Todd Howard. See that mountain, guys? There she is, peak Latondra.
No one wants to scale that.
Alice House adopted woke policies that have alienated many of its core customers.
This conversation. Well, lamented God, how can you judge me for liking Jack? What's wrong with Jack?
She's crazy.
What? She's extremely powerful, and she doesn't take any shit. She's like a destructive psychopath. Why do you think I like Jack?
She's crazy.
Yes, she's nuts and she kicks everyone's ass.
I did like, because again, I haven't played this game in a couple of years, I did like that as soon as I show up, she's just an immediate bitch in Mass Effect 3 as soon as you show up, and then Garrus is like, Jack!
Yes, but...
As pleasant as ever, I see, and she said, bite me, Garrus! In fact, and then it was like, actually, no, I'm sure that you'd rather be doing that to Shepard, and I was just like, wait.
Yes, okay, see, lamented God, here is my problem. Yes, I like the crazy. My problem with Miranda is that she is designed to be perfect, and she has none of the ego that goes with perfection. If she was like this incredibly cocky bitch, I would have romanced her instantly. But the fact that she's like kind of sad with the fact that she's perfect, like, bothers me. Like you have great genes. You're designed to be perfect. You kick everyone's ass. You're hot as shit, and you're like sad about it. Like, oh my God, no, please if you have all of these assets, give me some ego. But there's no arrogance in her whatsoever. Like, no, go away.
Oh man, she's fucking legitimately damaged goods.
Yes, like how do you have everything going for you and you're upset by it? Like, fuck that. No, that's cringe.
God. Okay.
Whereas Jack is like, I'm a bad bitch and I secretly yearn to be loved. Like, okay, I can respect that because that's masking an actual personality. It's like your aggression is masking this. You want to be vulnerable, but you're scared. Like, that's a real person.
See, he wants to fix her. What do you think of Tally? We've talked about it before.
No, I don't want to fix her. I want to shag her because she's crazy. That's the reason I like her.
You know what? I have heard from men. I've heard through the grapevine that crazy bitches are the best slays, but don't marry
I just really liked her because she was strong.
And what do I think of Tally? I love Tally. She's best sister kind of character. I could never romance her, even with mods installed.
Yeah, she's a good friend.
It's just because in the first game she's.
How are you 16. All judging me for liking a woman that actually has depth as a character?
I'm getting judged. I'm getting judged. This is judgment time. This is judgment time.
No, because you're shagging someone from a different species. I'm only shagging the same freaking species.
Okay, out of all of the races, which one's most based? Outside of humans.
Of
the major races in Mass Effect, which one is most based? You know the answer.
Probably the Krogan.
It's either the Krogan or the Turians. I'd say it's definitely the Turians, personally.
The Krogans.
The Turians
shag everything, and this is our land, and fuck you.
The Turians are way more based. They're
the
a
Krogans?
militaristic society, they run on a patriarchally based monarchy system. It is an elected monarchy. But
the chat's like Krogans, yeah.
Oh, everyone's saying Krogans. Okay, it seems to be at least a bit of a toss-up between Krogan and Turian. All right.
No. Okay, no. Someone's saying I love Mary Sue. No. If you're going to be designed to be perfect,
evolved into Mass Effect.
Yes, no. If you're going to be designed to be perfect, then own your ego. Right. That's the part that I don't like. Is that she gave you a sorry as well? Yeah.
All right. I'll put in a poll.
Do you know who was my favorite character? My secondary character, Arya.
Oh, I like Arya.
Oh God, I really like her.
She's
like actual, badass bitch.
I like Arya. But she actually is badass. Jack is just like, she's mean. It's like, I'm trying to help you. Arya is like, she runs her own shit. Which I'm cool with, you know.
Like when she stands there and just goes like, "I am Omega." I'm like, totally crushing on this chick.
Like that,
yes.
like that. Okay, okay.
I do like. It's kind of weird because I like my women to be submissive and feminine, but when a character's like,
I know,
no,
it's
give
funny.
me the psycho bitch. Like,
Funny about that.
Yes, because they're more interesting.
I suppose so.
Yes, and also she's really, really powerful.
Oh, I'm gonna. I have to cut
shit.
one out. I can't have all of them. Quarian. Which one do I cut out? Solarian.
Yes,
Quarian,
I
or
also
Asari?
do. In terms of what?
I can only have 4 options on the poll.
Asari, Solarian,
Quarian, Krogan, Turian. I'm just going with it. I didn't put the Solarian.
Cut out the Solarian, yeah.
Yeah. I love Morden. He just died in my game. I was very sad.
Krogan.
Anywho, let's
go his death was actually sad.
It really did make me sad. And then Bill like came in and like while I was sad about it, and he was like, Aiden, he's a genocidal mass murderer. He's Fauci.
Yeah.
He's Fauci, and would you just like him because he sings show tunes? I'm like, yes.
Oh my god.
Anywho,
how are you my best friend? Everything about you just makes me want to just mercilessly ridicule right now. It's not even funny.
Let's get back to the news. Let's get right into the news.
We must discuss more of this. No.
Oh my god.
No, this is a good distraction. I'm trying to think.
I went to get into the submarine. The longer we put this, the longer we go on this tangent, the longer you have to stay up, homie.
Well, everyone. Okay, now the best character is Morrigan.
In Dragon Age?
Yes. Her accent is my god.
That's just it. You know she's in Mass Effect as well, right?
Not the same actress.
Yes, she is.
That's not the same accent.
Yes, she's the same accent in Mass Effect.
No, the accent in Dragon Age is an Australian.
No. Morgan's. It's Claudia Black.
Yes, but
Claudia
the accent
Black,
is different.
Who plays my favorite character in Stargate SG-1? And she played. You would like this. We should watch Stargate SG-1 so you can experience Valamal Duran, the character she plays in that show.
No.
Yes.
I like her character because
Valamal Duran, she's a space
crazy.
pirate. You'd like it. She's very aggressive. The first time she runs into them, she uses her sexual prowess to interest Daniel Jackson, and then the second that he's kind of distracted, she beats the shit out of him and commandeers his ship. Oh, it's Daro Zen. Yeah, the one of the Quarians, the Quarian admirals. Yes.
Yes, there we go. I was gonna say she doesn't play. What's the daughter's name?
I don't know.
Morinth.
Morinth, yeah. The mother, yeah.
Yes.
Anywho, the polls are looking pretty heavily. It's 50%. Teetering 49-50% on Krogan. People seem to have chosen the Krogan Turian in second place. I'm happy with that though. Quarian coming in
voice, like,
although right
dude,
tied with this story.
You're gonna be kidding me. How Rex?
Yeah, Krogan are in first place.
Yes, but like, how is? I like Garrus, but he's not more based than Rex.
You know what? I think Garrus is more based than Rex. I am a little biased. Rex is.
That's because you want to shag Garrus.
But I'm saying Rex. Rex is fantastic. He is such a great. I don't like. The problem is Rex is so good. I don't really care for Grunt.
I like Grunt.
Say I was never that fond of him.
I just like.
He's okay. Yeah. He's okay. He gets better. Anywho, there are people here who have not played Mass Effect, so I'm going to read the super chats and we're going to move into this Disney thing. Okay, shall we? Okay, Kizza for £5 says, remember all, imitation is the biggest form of flattery, so really they're just admitting we're superior to them.
I need a name.
So they should know their place.
Mine.
They should know their place, boy. Thank you, Kizza. Yeah, it is imitation, right? Bleach Demon for 2 says, Spoon, I always have to poke at you. DRT is king for 5 says Mass Effect 2 was the peak, but the Tuchanka and Rannoch parts of 3 hit great level storytelling. Zaid was underused and better than Garrus. I do think Zaid was underused because he was a DLC character and there's only so much information they could put into the games. It's unfortunate. I really like Zaid.
There's nothing wrong with him. He's becoming an adult.
Yeah. Okay. Dreadnought for 5 says, all I ask is the rainbow people is that they disappear. Ultimate base station.
Everyone likes Grunt. There you go.
Really? Everyone likes Grunt?
Yeah, I like Grunt.
I just felt like he didn't have really any character because he doesn't.
That's because he's a tank bred.
Yeah, he's gonna discover himself, and it's unfortunate.
Yes, but that's why he's empty. Is because your job is to fill him with
your what?
His,
what are you gonna fill him with?
With his memories of kicking everyone's ass. Why must you make everything gay? Like seriously.
Hasselhoff for 2 says, watch out for the barren rocky terrain of Latronda.
Shepherd.
Rex. I mean, it's like, that was one of those things too, just like, Garrus, it's like, wait a minute, I'm in the middle of some calibrating to the point where they had to make a meme about it in the 3rd game where it's like, oh, sorry, I'm not going to be calibrating things so often anymore. It got so weird. Dreadnought for 2 says Kragans are just space Africans. Probe me wrong. I think you meant to maybe type prove me, but probe me is funnier. DRT is king for 5 says Asaris are cringe, deep state parasitic species that were responsible for the poor state of the galaxy in 1. Meryl is best Dragon Age waifu. Yeah, Meryl is really good. I do like Meryl. And I wrote a thread on Twitter the other day about the Asari being parasites. And of course, Neon Suspenders are 5. Shepard. Rex. There you go. All right. Last year, Disney World in Orlando, Florida grabbed headlines when it did away with its longtime greeting, quote, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, from its Magic Kingdom fireworks show to promote inclusivity. How can you be more inclusive than ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Oh, I know, because of the special people. We want to create a magical moment with our cast members.
So wait, let me get this straight. You're going to be more inclusive by alienating 99% of the population.
Okay, let's see what it says. Oh, Zaid's voice actor died? Oh, that's sad. During Mass Effect 3's development. I didn't know about that.
What was the name of the Kasumi?
I like Kasumi too.
I like her because she's kind of quirky.
Yeah, I like Kasumi.
And she's sexy.
DRT is king for 2 says Grunt is my boy. I will not bear the slander. I'm sorry, DRT. Maybe I like him in 3 more.
Because he's got character.
Yeah, because by then he's more characterized. I guess it's just, I don't know. It's not, I think it's
you
not
want him
that
to
I
have a
dislike
backstory.
Grunt. It's not that I dislike Grunt. It's that I liked Rex so much. I just wanted, it was like, but I want Rex. You know, and he was like, you're okay, but I want
Fighting
Rex.
a rogue Spectre. I could probably do Garrus's voice actually. Give me like give me a day, and I could probably do Garrus's voice.
Actually, you really probably could, given your inflection.
Yes.
You probably really could, dude. Holy shit. Okay. We want to create a magical moment with our cast members, with our guests, Newton said at the time. And we don't want to just assume because someone might be in our interpretation, maybe presenting as female, they may not want to be a princess. So why'd you get rid of ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? It doesn't exclude anyone. Except for the non-binary thing, which isn't real. On Newton's watch, Disney also ditched their fairy godmothers for more inclusive, gender-neutral titles at dress-up boutiques in its theme parks. We went over that a couple weeks ago. They had men with beards in dresses holding the hands of little girls. Yep. Employees who were formerly called fairy godmothers in training are now called fairy godmother apprentices. This way, the cast members that might not identify as female can still be part of the process and dress up and style the children without having to refer to themselves as the female Disney character. Here's the thing. I'm fairly sure I've mentioned this before. My professor in undergraduate, who really got me inspired, the reason I became a communication major and the reason why ultimately, at the end of the day, I became a communication scholar, went to go seek my PhD. I emailed him, asking questions about if I should go through with it and not, and all that stuff. Guy who really inspired me, he worked as a Disney cast member, and he brought in one day for us to look at in class, like, I don't remember what we were talking about specifically, is that he had this manual about like how precise, like your hair couldn't be, as a man, like couldn't be, there were all the styles you couldn't have, right? And these are these like 5 accepted ways of styling your hair. But that was in the 90s, you know, or late 80s. And now look at this. Well, you can do whatever you want. Disney used to be so protective of of making sure its cast members wouldn't stick out or anything, so that they could create the magical experience. You're paying thousands and thousands of dollars to do this, okay? To go to this place. You want a curated experience. You don't want to like go and find some guy with a beard in a tutu. Oh my God. Newton has led Disney's diversity and inclusion initiatives since 2017, coordinating with various teams to produce entertainment, quote, that reflects the global audience. No, it reflects America. Only America. And sustains a welcoming and inclusive workplace for everyone. Nope. It really doesn't. What about a woman who identifies as a woman and wants to have her own bathroom only for women? That's not very inclusive now, is it? As per a profile on the company's website, Disney's A Little Mermaid released last month featuring Halle Berry. We got it. You know about that. Newton plans to join the corporate board of another company and focus on the creative company she owns, if a source familiar with the matter told Reuters on Tuesday. So she's out. They're going to claim they didn't fire her. She's claiming she left of her own accord to work on her own stuff. Doubt. What did you two think of Legion? Asked Lamented Guide for Two. Oh, I love Legion. The only problem, you know what? Because it appears that Spoon is like deep in thought about something right now. I think so.
A little bit.
I have a video for you. Now, DC Douglas, the guy who voices Legion, also voices...
Shepard Commander.
He voices Wesker from Resident Evil. I'm going to show you a political video that DC Douglas did 12 years ago. Now, make your opinions on what DC Douglas's political opinions were 12 years ago on this video.
There may be hope
but now,
yet, Tyrion.
Now he is typical. He is a unhinged leftist. He is totally unhinged. I think he was probably always a little bit, as this video is going to illustrate, but I thought this video was hilarious. I still think it's funny, by the way. I still think this video is funny. Some parts of it I don't agree with politically, but this whole thing, 13 years ago, this is interesting. If you've never seen this, enjoy. This is the guy who voices Legion and Adam Wesker. Is it Adam Wesker? That's Adam Jensen. What's Wesker's first name? Whatever, Wesker. Wesker's first name. Albert.
Alert, back now to our top story. An actor known to tens of millions of folks.
That's Lance Baxter, who's better known as DC Douglas.
Recently called an organization called Freedom Works.
Horwitz, Feinberg and Horwitz for $20. It says, F.A. Fairy Godmother in Training. Yeah, I think so. Fairy Godmother in Training. Yep, absolutely.
Party group, a nasty voemail.
Here's the
nasty voicemail.
What the percentage
I know I said Adam. I was thinking Adam Jensen. Albert Wesker. Got it.
Chris. When one of your members does actually kill somebody.
Hey, that is a really good voice.
This guy apparently is no fan of the Tea Party.
Freedom Works President Matt Kibbe elevating the rhetoric.
He's railing against Freedom Works for posting his private voicemail.
That's right. You're talking about me. DC Douglas L. Baxterstein, famous actor and voiceover artist, in my mind. And I learned the hard way how wrong it is to drunk dial a cynical GOP-funded AstroTurf organization that's headed by a man with Dick in his name, leaving a sarcastic...
Just to be honest, he did. He got really fucked up and left like an incendiary voicemail. Don't do that though, for real.
By
but
the way,
here's a PSA.
He has a certain bass inflection in his voice.
Yeah.
Voicemail message should get me blacklisted. Plus, it just upsets the cheerleaders at school. I mean, Megan and Monica at Fox News. But thanks to the elite liberal media horse, I now know that there is a better, more positive way to tweak the nipple of Dick Armey, Matt Kibbe, and Freedom Works. For instance,
try calling them when you're sober and ask,
do your Christian American followers think an eye for an eye harassment campaign is what Jesus would do?
Or ask them, do you really think circulating misleading healthcare facts?
Again, this is 13 years ago. It's a different time politically, completely, you know what I mean?
And explicit instructions on how to angrily disrupt Democratic town hall meetings.
Yes, I agree with all that.
Yeah, I actually agree.
Yeah.
The approval of our founding fathers?
Or Jesus?
Remind them that it was Griff Jenkins.
What a cringe shirt.
And Fox News that first reported teabagging as the Tea Party's activity of choice.
They're right, though. Fox News did do that. They said that we're the Tea Party and we engage in teabagging because they fell for a meme. I'm not joking. If you don't recall it, that was a real thing that happened. fuck you. I mean, like, just the reality.
Thanks, Fox, for being fair and balanced on that one.
And remind them that when they say they're a populist movement,
they're actually referring to the 19th century movement that sought the redistribution of wealth.
And early...
They did not seek the redistribution of wealth. Oh my god. I'm sorry if I'm ruining DC Douglas for everybody. I do think it's funny that he called them drunk, but...
Incarnations of Social Security, unions, and the minimum wage. And that the original Tea Partiers were taxed without representation.
Whereas teabaggers voted for the representative, so they should probably just shut the f*** up and read a history book.
Whoa.
Well, they didn't. The Tea Party was not... The Boston Tea Party was not communistic, okay? So maybe you should read a history book, but alrighty.
Díganle que se pueden quedar con Sarah Palin, pero los que soportan a Ron Paul gustaría su Tea Party para
So here's the thing. At the time, DC Douglas was a libertarian, or espoused himself as something of a libertarian. Hence, the Ron Paul supporters want their Tea Party back. They were mad about it being, what they saw as being co-opted by Fox News mainstream conservatives, which, by the way, happened, and then the Tea Party and all the momentum behind it dissipated. That is true. So you have to try and like remove yourself from 2023 and go back to 2010 and remember what the situations were then versus now.
Ask them who really benefits when you protest against the EPA.
While you're being funded by the climate change deniers at Koch Industries.
Oh my god, that age just... Oh,
I know. I just thought it was interesting to watch this 13-year-old video. To put us in the mind of a 2010 libertarian.
And lobbying on behalf of British Petroleum.
Thank them for supporting the new Arizona immigration laws.
Pero propongan una enmienda que requeriría la policía que pregunte con una...
Sorry.
Yes, the British Petroleum, those assholes who just want to sell you oil. What a bunch of assholes they are. How dare they make money while you get energy?
You gotta try to put yourself in the mind of a 2010s libertarian, a 2010, 2009, 2010 libertarian. I know it's very difficult at this point.
Acento alemán. Where are your papers?
Or just be bold and ask outright.
When do we protest those other big commie socialist programs, Social Security and Medicare?
Yeah, I don't like those commie programs, to be honest. So, not very libertarian of you, but okay.
Talk about your big-ass government. We hate those programs. I'd rather die slowly from a preventable disease while living off my children's last dime.
Ask them
True, to be honest.
To thank Chairman Dick Armey for his lobbying support of Iranian terrorist organization Mujahideen Ehal.
Jesus H. Christ.
Number 29 on the USFTO list.
Ask to see Dick Armey's birth certificate.
Ask them why Pat Robertson is such a total and complete dick.
Yeah, that's the Christian Coalition.
I still want to know.
It's a different PSA. But please, don't drunk dial FreedomWorks.
Don't drunk dial FreedomWorks.
Don't drunk dial FreedomWorks.
Please.
Don't drunk dial FreedomWorks.
Please don't.
Don't drunk dial FreedomWorks.
Not a good idea.
Don't drunk dial FreedomWorks.
Don't drunk dial the Christian Coalition.
You just put down the phone.
And whatever you do, do not use the term mentally retarded.
It's a sin.
Teabaggers cherish political correctness.
Can you believe this? You can't say the word retarded on YouTube or barely on Twitter because leftists are so upset about it. Video from 13 years ago of a guy who's like a lefty, more leaning libertarian being like, conservatives are too upset by the term, because that's one of the things he got quote unquote canceled for, was he called them mentally retarded. How things have changed.
Correctness.
And honestly, it hurts my feelings.
Tweaking the nipple of hypocrites in power can be dangerous and lead to blacklisting. So, take it from me, a famous
Socialist,
godless,
Pinko, Kenyan,
Hollywood elitist,
Aquarian. Don't drunk dial FreedomWorks.
There's Legion. There's Albert Wesker. There he is. There he is. Just thought you'd all like to see that. Anywho.
No, by the way.
Did I ruin it for you? Did I ruin it for everybody?
No. Hold on a second. If I'm going to try and do this. Fighting a rogue specter with countless lives at stake and no reputation to get in my way, I'd say that beats seasick.
Oh, shit! It's very good. Yeah. Don't
no
do
regulations
that. Bill will
away,
get upset.
I had to really work at it.
It's very good, though. It's very good. It's very good. Excellent. I'll have you read some stuff for me.
Basically, he has this way where he speaks slowly and the bass is turned up.
Yeah.
So he has this way of really talking in this old school radio kind of voice, like that. Yeah.
If you've never played Resident Evil, he's the main antagonist, Albert Wesker, particularly RE5.
If I was going to narrate a book of Aiden's life,
he's in
this is the vocals that I would use.
Let's see, DC Douglas. I don't listen to off the top of my head. He was in a ton of shit. It was after that debacle. It was after that debacle with that happened with him drunk dialing Freedom Works that he really kind of stopped getting gigs, and he's still in stuff. But he was like a mainstream, like big ass, really a big voice actor.
Oh, I can do a whole variety of things.
Also, to be fair, I did get drunk with him one time at a convention. In a panel with many other people.
That's because Aiden was drinking Duff beer.
No, the whole panel was like a midnight panel. It was 21 plus. There was booze on the tables. We all got drunk together in a group of like 15 people. It was fun. Anywho. Rochelle Park Mayor ousted after
Aiden
objecting
was
to
probably
flying
trying to
pride
hit on a
flag.
gay guy.
I don't think he's gay. Maybe he is.
At this point in time, I'm just doing funny voices. 310 that wasn't Mayor Quimby. I could probably do Mayor Quimby, actually.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the mayor. I was like, this isn't Mayor Quimby.
Hold on a second. I mean, hold on.
Okay. Work on it for a second. Here we go. Here is the story.
The mayor is removed from office. The mayor objected to the raising of a pride flag at Town Hall. News 12 New Jersey's Alex Sedan is in Rochelle Park.
Duff man.
Despite the best efforts of now former Mayor Perrin Mosca.
Oh my God, we have so much stuff. We haven't even gotten to the sub yet.
Town Hall here in Rochelle Park, and the flag is still flying, but with fellow Republican colleagues accusing the now former mayor of missing council meetings, the flag flap may have simply been the last straw.
Here's the thing. The mayor is a Republican. He was ousted by other Republicans. That's the reason I want to bring this story up. Like, don't think that Republicans are somehow outside of this nonsense. If they think that somehow it's going to help protect them, they'll be on board with it too. To be fair, this is in New Jersey, but still.
Any more outbursts?
My God, this is like your captured nation. You got your flag there.
Flying at a contentious May 24th Rochelle Park Council meeting.
Would you? I mean, like, here's the thing. If he flew this flag of the Virgin Mary outside of the government, outside of the town hall, think people would not complain about that? Separation of church and state. This gay stuff is your literal religion. You can have your religion, but if we're gonna abide by the rules of the founders, which nobody does, we're gonna abide by the rules of no religion.
Listen here, all of you people in the chat. If you are in any way convinced that this is Mayor Quimby, you have not watched The Simpsons.
By then Mayor Perrin Mosca's objections to the town flying
That's
a pride
Mo.
flag outside Town Hall for Pride Month.
A majority had agreed that we as a township would not put any flags.
And Mayor Quimby sounds like this.
Over another group.
He's voiced after John F. Kennedy.
Was it not Mary? Was it Our Lady of Guadalupe? Is it different? Is Our Lady of Guadalupe different from? I'm not familiar with that.
I wonder if he is lucky also.
Is it not the Virgin? Oh, yeah, it's just a no. I'm not familiar with that from the other side. Yeah, it's Mary.
But instead, it was the end of the line for the Republican mayor, and last week, the three other Republicans on the committee joined the lone Democrat who promoted flying
fat
the pride
Tony?
flag, Councilwoman Linda Boniface.
Oh, here's the lone Democrat.
I wonder if he's lucky also. Like the race kid.
Spoon, have you looked at the screen to see the image of the lone Democrat?
What the fuck is that thing?
The lone Democrat?
That's not a Democrat, that's a turtle. With a big shell.
Oh, she's a Turian too.
That's like a 70s Republican with an 80s male haircut. Fucking hell. That's not a lady.
Get someone to. You need a tailor. Oh my God!
You need to lose some fucking weight. You need a dietitian. You need a fucking tailor.
Yes, you need that. But if you're gonna be fat, get someone to find a suit that they can tailor to you.
Can you maybe stop taking your dieting advice from fucking Chris Christie?
Look look at oh my god, just hem them. Hem the legs. Holy shit.
Force Mosca out of the mayor's chair.
So anywho, one Democrat in a total alliance with Republicans forced out the mayor of this town in New Jersey because he objected to flying the pride flag over the US flag. Republicans did this. That's why I wanted to bring up this story. Oh, and it's everywhere. You can't escape from it. Here's menshealth.com. Are you gynosexual? Here's what it means, according to experts. Like nipples? If you're attracted to women or femininity, it might be the label for you. I'm tired of labels.
Does that just mean straight?
Yes, it means if you're a straight man. Gynosexuality refers to being sexually attracted to femininity, irrespective of one's own gender identity or the gender identity of the femme-presenting person they are attracted to. I'm just tired. Like, why do people identify as gynosexual? One might identify as gynosexual if they feel a consistent pattern of sexual attraction towards femininity. However, the feminine traits people are attracted to vary. Some gynosexual individuals may be drawn to the physical aspects of femininity, such as feminine features or expressions of femininity. Others may be more interested in emotional or psychological aspects of femininity, such as qualities traditionally associated with femininity, like nurturing, empathy, or sensitivity. Oh my, it never ends. And look at this hideous Spumoni flag. Look at this. Oh my god. That's Spumoni. That's Spumoni. Oh my god. All right. A lot of people, particularly if you're not from certain parts of the US and may not be aware of what this is, but what this is called is it's Spumoni. It's pistachio ice cream, cherry ice cream, and chocolate. It's delicious. But tell me that's not the same flag just reordered.
Or upside down.
It's the same flag. It's the same flag.
Sorry, I was lost in doing voices.
I know you are.
Because apparently the chat thinks they're funny.
They are funny.
Thank you.
Your flag is Spumoni.
That even sounds gay.
Now, to be fair, Spumoni is delicious, my dude. It's so good. Oh, it's such a good ice cream. But your flag is Spumoni. Congratulations.
What are you trying to say? That women are edible?
Apparently. Your flag, it's hideously ugly.
I'm not gonna.
It's so ugly. Oh, hang on a minute. I wanna do something really quickly in MS Paint. You know what this reminds me of? You know what this reminds me of?
No.
It reminds me of something.
Uh-oh. When Aiden says that, I should get worried.
It reminds me of something. There's something that when I see this... Oh, it's not quite in order, but...
Thoughts about
again,
Katana from Halo? I never played the Halo franchise.
There's another... I don't have to open up a Photoshop for it. I'll just pull up an image. You know the other thing that this flag reminds me of?
Peter Griffin? I don't get it.
See the brown, the green pants, and the pink skin. It's the same.
I think that only makes sense to you.
You don't get it?
No.
Really?
No.
Okay. Chat, do you get what I'm talking about? Yeah, Peter in a brown shirt. Are you referring? Oh, it's awful. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Well, congratulations, straight men. You're now Spumoni and or Peter Griffin. Congratulations. I don't care. This is all fake. It's just called being straight. Americans celebrate dads this weekend. 3 tell us about being fathers in 2023. Why did I have this in here? Wait, hang on. I have notes for all of them. Oh, NPR celebrates Father's Day with... Yeah, here we go. Missing out on its kids' childhoods. Navigating pregnancy as a dad. This is Iowa Public Radio. This is NPR. Here we have a beautiful image of a beautiful pregnant father.
That's just a guy with a keg.
It's a woman who's had her breasts cut off.
How are you gonna feed the kid?
It's fine. Caden Coleman, 37. Whoa. Yeah, was surprised to learn she was pregnant. 2013, I had just had top surgery, a double mastectomy, and had temporarily stopped taking hormones for the procedure. Coleman, who is transgender, no shit, said doctors told him he couldn't get pregnant. A few years later, assuming
she couldn't get pregnant,
that he'd been taking hormones again long enough to avoid another pregnancy, found he was expecting again. Today, he's raising 2 young daughters.
They are going to be severely mentally damaged.
So confused. So confused. Oh my god. Slosha for 5 Canadian says, I remember hearing about 20 years ago that Disney employees had to use company underwear and were complaining about getting crabs. That's one of the things that my professor told me. Yeah, it was similar. Like they were so strict back then. How the times have changed. Carlos Marunga for 2 says, ¿Dónde está la biblioteca, señorita Eden? No sé ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? I don't know where it is. I don't know where the library is. I'm sorry.
Biblioteca? Yeah, that means library.
Yeah. Mr. Scary Terry, the Terry for 5 says, Garrish was always boring to me. That's fine, man. Dear T is, thank you for the 5. Dear T is King, also for 5, says, listening to this with my old man, and to quote my dad, Spoon, don't ever speak over Aiden, and Spoon's opinion of Mass Effect convinces me he's into dominatrixes.
I will neither confirm nor deny.
Oh, God. Michael for 5 says, I thought you said dinosexual at first and was hoping this was going in a much better direction. No. Thank you, Michael. And Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz for $10. Thank you, man. Says, damn it, Aiden. I'm already hungry as it is. Now either either get to the sub or get to the chopper so I can get some food. Okay. I've got a couple things. Spoon, I need to get... All right, we're here. Let's get through it real quick. Real quick. Speed round, then to the sub. Real quick. Ex-CNN producer sentenced to more than 19 years for luring 9-year-old 19 years for luring 9-year-old into sex acts. We covered this story before, but here's the update. He's going to get 19 years. CNN producer, 19 years for having sex with a 9-year-old.
Someone is messaging me on Discord laughing at the dominatrix line, and it's a girl, by the way, so thank you all for fucking saying that.
Teehee. Now, that's a horrifying story. I'm glad to see he's getting some prison time.
And yes, Pixie, I'm referencing you.
It's infuriating. In response, let's have a little bit of Biden blunders, just a little bit to bring up the mood.
Made it harder for people to buy stabilized braces. Put a pistol on a brace, it turns into a gun.
Did he... play that again. Please play that again.
Made it harder for people to buy stabilized braces. Put a pistol on a brace, it turns into a gun.
Okay, stop. He just said bracelets, and then it turns a pistol into... A pistol is already a gun, you fucking idiot. And how does putting it in a brace make it a high-powered rifle? What? These are the people that want to confiscate your guns. They don't know fucking anything about guns.
This is the President of the United States. God help us all. Let's continue. Oh my God. Okay.
Make some more. You can have a higher caliber weapon, a higher caliber bullet coming out of that.
No, you don't. What the fuck are you talking about?
Out of the gun. You put a stabilizing brace on it. Oh my God. These are people making decisions about your right to keep and bear arms. Oh, Christ preserve me. See, now there is a fact check from Twitter on this. Go ahead.
This is why Michael Malice is white-pilled, because he's saying if you look at the people who ran the Soviet Union, they were significantly more competent than these people. The people who run our civilization are fucking retards. They are unbelievably stupid people.
So, of course, it's a brace. It's a brace. It stabilizes the gun. Makes so you can be a little bit more accurate if you're trying to shoot.
That's a good question that Horwitz just asked.
Horwitz, Feinberg and Horwitz for $20 says, is this man even aware that he is president?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Yeah.
If I'm being honest, I don't think he...
We are in agreement, sir.
Yes.
I don't think he is aware. I don't think he even knows where he is.
Also, someone says Spoon's idea of a girl, a 6-foot blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl with a crop and a Hugo Boss uniform.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I have seen a girl on Omegle dressed in a Nazi uniform, and it's really funny because she speaks to like clearly like some chunky SJW chick, and she's like quite pale with black hair, and she comes up in just a Nazi uniform, but she's like obscuring the Nazi logo on the one side. And the ghost is like, "Oh look, I like your uniform. It's cute." And she goes, "Thanks." And then just turns and flexes the swastika. And
I've seen that.
The SJW goat just like screams in this really high pitched voice, and just like totally freaks out.
Yeah.
Like,
okay. So I have a clip from that. I have
good.
a clip related to that in my new video.
Oh, that's so funny.
Hang on. I have to think about it for a second. What is? Oh, it's in my new video.
Isn't it in our chat somewhere?
No, it probably is, but it's not that video. It's another one. Which is
just for the record, just so people don't freak out, you will not be able to bet me just because you wear a Nazi uniform. I have to say that for the record. I might ask some questions though. Like, where did you get this?
Oh, there's only one mentioned the word Nazi. It's a Gypsy Crusader video. I sent it to you before, Spoon, where like they're on Omegle, and then actually, hang on, Bill sent it to me, and we don't DM too often, considering we live together. So here it is. That was quick. Just easier to look at Bill and my chat. Here's what I'm talking about. Was it something like this, Spoon? Did it go something like this?
Yeah.
Did it go something like that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Anywho, just again to remind you that this man is president. Here he is. Here he is.
Oh God, Rat King, you're a fucking asshole. You quit Rat King this word in chat.
What do you write in chat? Oof. Oof. Oof.
Oh God, that's
oof.
really fucking.
That's all I'll say. Look at this, Spoon. Look at this.
Oh yeah, I saw this.
He leaves me literally led around on a leash.
He needs to be led by the hand. This man is not in charge of anything.
Now here's the thing. Who's worse? Biden or Fetterman?
Earlier today, some comments about...
Now I'd like to, as we play this video, I'd like you to pay very particular attention to the lady behind him. Look at her face.
The tragic accident in 995.
And if you don't know, I-95 collapsed in on itself, a major highway. It just basically fell in on itself. We did cover that, but yeah.
And if you want to make any comments with respect to that, feel free, you're recognized.
No, I would just...
Now this major collapse, which destroyed the infrastructure of Pennsylvania, where John Fetterman is a senator. Here's his response to this disaster.
Really, like the 95. Yeah. Obviously that you're pretty much preoccupied with 95, and I certainly am too. And we know it's a major aidery, not just for Pennsylvania.
A major what?
Aidery. What does that mean?
Not just for Pennsylvania, major aidery.
A major aidery?
Not just for Pennsylvania, but for the East Coast. And a lot of Pennsylvanians are worried that the delays in repairs bring to its standstill.
Earlier.
Unbelievable. Yeah, maybe he meant artery?
There's a reason why Razor Fist said that the people of Pennsylvania should be stripped of their right to vote, and they should have dukes and counts.
I mean, yeah,
select the representatives because they're too stupid.
Like to show your face. I mean, it's why we're a monarchist here.
Or because we have contempt
look
for
what
the people.
they voted for. Look what they voted for. Okay. Speed through this. McCarthy urges Republicans to reject Boebert's vote to impeach Biden.
Why?
Behind closed doors. Because it's a uniparty, that's why, my dude. McCarthy, Republican, California, Wednesday urged House Republicans to reject a push from Lauren Boebert, our Colorado, that would force a vote to impeach Joe Biden. McCarthy made the argument during a closed-door meeting among House Republicans. According to multiple reports, the speaker said the Colorado Republicans' effort to impeach Biden should move through the House committees instead of more quickly moving through the lower chamber. I just think running something on the floor isn't fair to the American public without making the case and making the argument, McCarthy said. They
over 70%
twice
think that the current president should not run for office again. I can guarantee you most people would be in favor of having him removed because he's a moron.
McCarthy warned the move could threaten Republicans' slim majority in the House. How? Yeah, what majority do we want to be? Give it right back in 2 years or hold it for a decade? You're not going to hold it for a decade. They're going to fortify.
You're not going to make real change fucking either, you pussy.
You're not doing anything. It is not a... Ian Sams, spokesperson of the White House, called it a baseless political stunt. Dude, McCarthy, fuck you. Fuck you, dude. Here's some... This news is important. It's getting kind of hidden. Hunter Biden's going to have to go to court on July 26th. Slated to make his initial court appearance next month in connection to the plea agreement he struck with federal prosecutors Tuesday. Now it's cute, third time's a charm, that he can just make a plea deal. That's fine. Donald Trump, everything needs to be dragged in public.
What he's been charged with is like a master hitman being charged with the fact that he stole a chocolate bar when he was 6 years old.
Yeah, tickled with a feather over it.
Yeah. He probably likes that, actually. As long as they're underage in the tickling.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Yeah, of course. Agreed to plead guilty to 2 counts of willful failure to pay income tax to enter into a
pretrial
diversion agreement.
This is literally fucking Al Capone.
It's not even Alec Baldwin. This is mafioso tactics.
No, Al Capone.
Oh, I thought you said Alec Baldwin.
What the fuck is Alec Baldwin?
Alec Baldwin shot somebody. And I thought they were like,
Al Capone was there for tax evasion.
Yes, I know. I thought you said Alec Baldwin. Sorry. Al Capone. Yes, it's pure Al Capone style, absolute nonsense. It's a I had a farm I wasn't supposed to own. Also, I threw one of them into a dumpster outside of a fucking elementary school. But don't charge me on that. I'll plead guilty to tax evasion.
Nothing is going to happen to him.
He's going to have to appear in court. That's the only good news that came out of it, is that he's going to have to appear in court.
By the way, you know what they're doing, right?
So that will be fun. Why?
It's basically to make Biden look like baggage, and therefore he can't run in 2024.
They're still going to run him. Who else are they going to run?
Gavin Newsom.
I guess so. Yep, but
they're going to run Gavin Newsom and Cackles.
Oh, yeah. Here's an interesting thread from Brett L. Tolman. The DOJ is violating its own internal policies on this case. The Ashcroft memo requires they charge the highest provable offense and seek consistent sentences with other cases brought by the DOJ. This prosecution is an absolute laughable joke. Thousands have been sent to prison for long terms for the same charges. They are ignoring decades of policy and precedent to seek felonies, not misdemeanors, and seek sentences within the guideline range. The diversion agreement on the felony is offensive to everyone not politically connected who sought diversions and were literally laughed at by the DOJ. Thousands of people have been prosecuted under Project Safe Neighborhoods by the DOJ. They brag about getting nearly 5 years of prison time on average for their gun cases. Again, because this is about locking people up for illegally possessing firearms, but not in this case. If they followed policy, Hunter would be looking at a minimum of 5 years in federal prison, but he's a Biden. Take a look at USC 924C charges. Easy to prove Hunter was distributing, dealing drugs with a firearm in his possession. Such charges were brought against thousands in inner cities across the country for the last 20 years. Mandatory minimum sentences for all except Hunter Biden. Isn't it interesting? One rule for thee and another for me. Meanwhile, they're trying to put Trump in prison for 200 years over documents. They won't. They're trying to not even charge Hunter with the minimum. The legal minimum they're trying not to charge him with. They're trying to plead it down.
2024 is going to be a wild fucking year.
They're trying to get this out of the legal minimum, which put him in jail for 5 years, into saying, no, it wasn't a gun crime. It was actually tax evasion, when the issue was the gun crime. Since Hunter brandished his firearm during the commission of a drug crime, he'd be looking at a minimum of 7 years in federal prison. DOJ could also add on top a mandatory minimum position of child CP if any of the girls were underage. Plus, on top of that, years for tax evasion. The tax evasion should be on top of, in addition to, not instead of. Still digesting all of this, but tax evasion being viewed as a misdemeanor is perhaps the most shocking. So not only that, remember, also, they tried to impeach Trump and did over basically not filing his taxes correctly. They wanted to put him in prison for forever. But now all of a sudden, it's a misdemeanor. They're charging this as a misdemeanor, right? So I got loud there for a second. If DOJ treated this consistently, they would source the money and they would see the movements of the monies, and they would clearly bring money laundering and conspiracy. If others received the money or the funds went into shell companies, then you may have a large conspiracy and sophisticated means to hide the illegal monies and movement. This would be 100% consistent with all other cases involving such schemes, and it would mean years in prison. One can't truly appreciate how shocking this is by the Department of Justice, unless you have watched closely that what the DOJ has done over the past 30 years. This is the most blatant hypocrisy that screams to the level of injustice many have suffered at the hand of the DOJ pounding average Joe defendants. Everyone can now see what so many have observed growing, the politics of prosecuting. When absolute power is given no accountability or transparency, as you would have in a monarchy, then consistency and fairness become obsolete. He is not being held to even a fraction of the normal rules.
Yeah,
and
he would be in prison for the rest of his life in any other circumstance.
The interesting thing is that this is so transparent. Even the left is getting mad. Rapper Kodak Black's lawyer decries 2 tiers of justice after Hunter Biden plea deal. So this guy basically got caught for the same thing, right? Kodak was charged with the same crime, got over 3 years. Mr. Biden will not serve a day. Feels right. Do FBI agents and federal authorities take cases personally? Cohen wrote an Instagram post on Tuesday. Yeah, they do. That seems to be the answer. This guy, I mean, honestly, whatever. But the SJW people, the leftists, they're like, well, why you put this man in jail because he's black? He was actually sentenced for these crimes. Hunter Biden, not going to see a second. Now is he? You have made it so overtly evident you don't play by the same rules that you upset your own base. Even CBS is turning on Hunter Biden.
I can tell you, having covered this for several years now, that this is likely to be a very controversial plea agreement, especially with Republicans on Capitol Hill. Over the last few years, not only in the House, but in the Senate, their investigators have raised very serious questions about these business deals with Chinese nationals, as well as this Ukraine energy firm, Burisma. And then more recently, we've had whistleblowers come forward. An IRS whistleblower spoke on the record with CBS News, as well as whistleblowers from the Justice Department have gone to Capitol Hill complaining that this investigation has been slow-walked and that standard investigative procedures have not been followed. So this may just be the beginning of the story in many respects. I can tell you...
CBS is extremely woke, and they're not as bad as MSNBC, but they have to report on the truth. So it's interesting when you see the left be like, even in tepid ways, express the truth. Now, here is the national polling after the Trump indictment. Trump's at 45%, according to the press. Biden at 39%.
Yeah, it's
GOP
pretty...
press.
How do you think? How much do you think it actually is? It's probably more than 6.
I mean, look at this. Trump's obviously going to be the front runner for the Republicans. If the 2024 election for president were held today, it was between Trump and Joe Biden. Who would you vote for? I mean, it's up now.
Want to see a funny picture of Chris Christie?
50%. Yeah, sure. It's nearly 50%.
No, look at him.
Huh? 1 second. Oh my God! Hang on. Oh,
what are you to be tired about aside from, wailing around your fat freaking carcass?
That's funny. You want to see something else funny? Related to these polls, ABC is seething.
I want to get to you about the political impact.
They're seething so hard they can't even speak. They're starting to adopt Biden's kind of behavior.
Back to that indictment. Let's take a look at a poll taken entirely after the indictment was announced and unsealed from NPR. It showed that Trump's favorable ratings actually went from 76%. I'm sorry, his favorable 76 to 60.
They can't even read it right. They're so upset that their indictment plan backfired. He can't even. He's so flabbergasted.
You got me. I'm mixed up here. But
yes, you are. You're very mixed up in many ways.
68 to 76. The bottom line is his favorable ratings actually increased and his unfavorable ratings went down.
Let me explain this to you. It's very simple. You are hated, and people see you gunning for this guy, and they like the guy because he pisses you all off. It's very simple. It's not rocket science.
And anyone who knows anything about psychology could tell you that this is it's not even the Streisand effect. You've made him into a martyr.
Yeah.
No shit.
And he's very happy about it, actually. I don't think Trump's that bothered by it.
Well, I hope. Republicans and Republican-leaning independents went from 68 in February to 76% favorability in June.
The fact that he's hated by the Republicans as well is both a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, exactly. Because we know which Republicans hate him.
He needs to go in there and become Caesar, which is like, don't left or right, don't govern like a member of your faction. Govern like you are going to rule these people with an iron fist. Like, no, I don't give a fuck about your politics. Like, I'm going to rule America.
Yeah.
Not as a Republican, just as an American.
Yep. And right now, according to the polls, he's got 58%.
I like his look as that's like the look of, I'm going to kill all of you fuckers if I get in power.
And that's if you believe the biased polling. I think Trump, once it actually comes down to the
election,
becomes
the ruler of Rome with the red, white, and blue flag.
If they fortify this next election against Trump,
I don't think they're going to be able to do that.
If they do it, it will be outright proof that no, there is no, and I think they'll probably just say it at that point. They'll be like, nope, actually, you don't know what's good for you, so we're going to vote for you. That would be the level, and I wouldn't be surprised if that happens.
Among Republican,
it's kind of funny because that's where the people are going to look. Like, you don't know what's good for you, so we're going to vote for this guy in the hopes that he's going to kill you.
I think that they're going to say, I really would not be surprised if it's something like, actually, you need to trust the science on this, and the science says that Joe Biden. I think it's going to be that kind of level of shit. I don't know. I'm just anticipating that kind of level of bullshit. We'll see where it goes.
It's not going to work.
Who lean Republican. So in other words, his standing among Republicans actually has improved since this indictment was announced.
Dingus, anyone could have told you this. You made him into a martyr. Streisand affected this shit, you fucking
You don't have any credibility. Everyone hates you.
Not only here's a little bit of a whoopsie poopsie oopsie whoop. Uh-oh. MSNBC accidentally said the quiet part out loud.
Having Trump not only have had the codes, but now having the classified information for Americans and being able to put that out and share it in his resort with anyone and everyone who comes through should be terrifying to all Americans.
Why?
And he needs to be stopped.
I think you meant the first one.
Yeah. He?
All Americans, and he needs to be stopped. Having Trump.
I think you meant the first one. Thanks for saying the quiet part out loud. There's one more thing. It's kind of a BlackRock recruiter brags about buying senators.
They don't want to be in the news. They don't want people to talk about them. They don't want to be anywhere on the radar.
Why not?
I don't know, but I suspect it's probably because it's easier to do things when people aren't thinking about it.
All of these financial...
It's easier to do things when people aren't thinking about it. Well,
no
some,
shit.
I guess.
Institutions, they buy politicians. You can take this big ton of money, and then you can start to buy people.
I work for
a company
called BlackRock.
Meet Serge Varley, a recruiter at BlackRock.
Let me tell you, it's not through who's the president. It's who's controlling the wallet.
I always
we
blows
just
my
knew
mind.
this, though.
I know, but it always blows my mind that they will say this shit to any attractive woman they meet on a date. At the drop of a hat.
I want to know who she is. She must be smoking hot.
Then just say it to him. Just be like, yep, we'll do what the fuck ever.
So it's
And who's that?
The hedge funds, BlackRock, the banks. These guys want campaign financing. Yep, you can buy your candidates.
Again,
Obviously, we
everyone
have
knows
this system in place.
Huh?
Everybody knows this.
I know. Watch the rest of the James O'Keefe video. I go check out o'keefemediagroup.com. Watch the full video. We got the TLDR on that. I mean, it does go on. You can see the full investigation. But yeah, of course, BlackRock is bragging that they buy politicians. Duh. Like
everyone knows this.
I hate that that it has to be no duh, but it is. Progressives want to stop landlords from using criminal background checks to screen their renters.
What?
Yep.
That's insane.
No, it's racist if you screen your
$1 million homes are, I should say, multi-million-dollar homes are creating a housing crisis for the working class.
Oh no, that's a different video. Sorry.
That's
progressives are
retarded.
pushing to stop landlords from being able to conduct criminal background checks on prospective tenants before leasing their property. A new bill introduced by the Squad members,
Just out of curiosity. So you're in favor of background checks for guns,
yes,
but not for housing them.
Yeah. Well, they don't want anyone to own a gun.
You people are fucking retarded. Like I just fuck you. You're stupid, and no one should ever listen to anything you have to say about anything.
Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz for 20 says, asshats like this could get away with this if they just stop monologuing. Cabal prevails. Hey, Cabal prevails, man. Yeah, maybe if they stopped monologuing, they might get away with it a little bit better. But they're so overtly evil. Thank you, Horwitz. So this bill was introduced by Rashida Tlaib, Ayanna Pressley. Would stop consumer and Presley, of course.
It's
I know.
Fucking women every
time. And those particular two. Would stop consumer reporting agencies from including criminal history information on reports that are used to screen potential renters. It also calls for stripping consumer reports of criminal convictions that are more than 7 years old and creates a new national standard for criminal information not included in such reports, among other provisions. So, in other words, just don't allow landlords to know
who the hell they're actually renting their property to.
Who the hell they're actually renting to.
That's insane.
Of course it's insane. And you know what's going to happen is you're going to end up renting to criminals. Man, it absolutely is fucking out of this world. But whoop, hang on. Uh-oh. There we go. Never mind. I got it. I did something real quick. There we go.
Yes, the 19th Amendment definitely was a mistake.
How you guys doing? We love landlords. We're here to protest against the landlords and the unions. We love them. We love landlords. We love landlords. We love them a lot. We're all against unions. They're not fair to the corporate companies.
The more you do that, you end up hurting. The more you end up hurting capital. The quicker the strike will end.
Landlords. Landlords. We love landlords. We love them. We love landlords.
Move away a little
You
bit.
can see how fucking seethingly mad Hassan is there, and it makes me...
He actually looked scared by that kid.
Yeah, he's furious. Another little win here. Greta Thunberg's claim that top climate scientist is warning that climate change will wipe out all of humanity unless we stop using fossil fuels in the next 5 years is now more than 5 years old.
And the tweet's
Greta
deleted.
Thunberg. And she has deleted the tweet.
And
the whole internet has been dunking on her. She's
I will keep saying this over and
that.
over again. Climate change is a fucking scam. It is complete bullshit. And if you want to have evidence, look at these scientists who've been making predictions for over 60 fucking years. Not a single prediction has come true.
Like this.
Every
always ends up like this.
The whole nitrogen in the soil thing right now was made in the 1970s. It's bullshit. The planet is not... I just want to ask these people, is this the warmest time that we've ever had on planet Earth as human beings? No. So we're not going to fucking die.
They don't know that.
This is bullshit.
Thoughts on Cortana from Halo? Yeah, she's pretty cool.
Yeah, for example, did you know, Aiden, that there was a period of time where England was so warm they had their own vineyards? There's places in England to this day that are named after the vineyards.
I know. A DRT is king for 5 says never interrupt the enemy while they're making a mistake. Napoleon the Generous reading on McCarthy's move.
Yes, the smartest thing they could do right now is, while the system is burning down, make plans for when it collapses so you can move in and build something off the fucking broken ashes.
Very true. Hasselhopper for 5 says, wait, is that the landlord guy on the same one that walked on the stage during the Elden Ring award presentation for Game of the Year?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yes, it was. Yeah. Yes, it certainly was. Now,
my rabbi.
Subtime. Let's move over to the watch together. Go ahead and start the video because I'm using the restroom real quick. I'm going to stop sharing my screen for the moment. I will share it again later because there's some other points. But let's talk about the sub. Now, this guy's video is fantastic. I thought we'll double time it. This guy he's going to go over his history. He's an expert on submarines. I'll be right back.
And welcome to the Oceangate Expeditions Update. My name is Aaron. I am the CEO and founder of SubBrief. I am a 20-year submarine veteran from the United States Navy Submarine Force and a subject matter expert in submarines.
Hello, good-based white man. I'm glad we have your expertise because you're white and male, and therefore you will have much better expertise than anyone who is not.
I'm here to give you my opinion on what happened with this Titan tragedy today. So the Oceangate Expedition is a manned submarine transport company that leverages college graduate engineers with off-the-shelf technology for cost-effective subsea research. On Sunday, June 18th.
Yeah, because that's what you want when you're sending people 2 miles down into the depths of the ocean. We're going to look for cost-effective analysis and not massive amount of confidence, because clearly when you're dealing with multi-millionaires who would spend $250,000 fucking dollars to sink themselves into the ocean, clearly money is something you're very, very concerned about.
2023, Oceangate suffered loss of communication with their Titan submarine, a deep-diving Cyclops class. Titan was designed to take up to 5 people to the Titanic wreck site and other deep water locations. As the Titan...
One thing I want to say about this guy, sorry, just to, I don't know if you noted it, this guy not only is an expert, his entire channel is called SubBrief. All he does is talk about submarines, okay? This guy...
So you might know something.
If he hasn't explained his personal and professional history, this guy knows what he's talking about with
yeah, he's been doing it for 20 years, he said.
Yeah, so... He knows what he's talking about. For those of you who are, I'm guessing, sorry, I had to go pee real quick, but I'm guessing he gave the brief overview, which is that this sub was $250,000 to take a trip in the submersible to go visit the Titanic. And I think we can say with some pretty significant evidence that all the people on board this sub are now dead. It's been all over the news. Whenever something's all over the news, it makes me, and like it's the only thing people are talking about, it makes my tinfoil hat light up. But I do think there's a lot of reasons why people are interested in this story. The left, of course, at first was laughing their asses off about this story because they're like, haha, rich people died. Ha 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 ha. Rich people died doing rich people things. They're not doing that anymore because they found out some things about it, but we'll get into that. And real quick, Hasselhopper for 10, thank you, says the CEO's attitude smacks of one nurtured by a life sheltered from the consequences of his actions. That's how you see the safety warnings of the expert you hired as a groundbreaking innovation. Yeah, we're going to get into that. This lad here, bless this lad, this man. He's not a lad, he's a man. He's going to go over that exact stuff about, we're going to just cut some corners on this. It costs $250,000. And I know to you and me, that sounds like an incomprehensible amount of money to spend on a submarine trip. It's actually very cheap for this. So this was a corner cutting program, but let's get into it.
Descended with its crew of 5 to the Titanic wreck, and now we're in 40 minutes into the dive. Communication with the submersible was lost. This is about the same time that she was scheduled to drop ballast and touch bottom at near the 2-hour mark. So those may be connected, we're not sure yet. Loss of communication with the vessel below 3,000 meters is not uncommon. It's a non-zero chance of happening as it happened during testing. So it was not unexpected. So as the hours passed, on June 18th, 2023, communication was not reestablished during the 10-hour dive. After approximately 12 hours, the topside support team on the ship Polar Prince contacted the U.S. Coast Guard at 9:13 p.m. to report loss of contact with their vessel.
Oh, one thing I want to say, is everyone's watching this guy's video. We're watching it on the channel. If you have a second, please go check out Brief. He's got 168,000 subscribers. I think that's massively blown up in the last day or so. Give this video in and of itself a like. Here, I will post the YouTube link in the video so everyone can go check him out. Give him a like for putting this together for us and using his expertise. I'll pin that here. So that everyone, if you got a second, just go give his video a like if you are enjoying his content, because he's really, really done an excellent job at explaining this.
Summary of what happened. So in this video, I'm going to describe to you vessel construction, the systems that they have on board, the concerns that I have about the design, about its experimental build. And first, a disclaimer from Oceangate's expedition. Listen to this.
Before they say it, the reality is it's a metal coffin. That's the reality. Made of spare parts. The fact that everything about this is so fucked up.
Experimental submersible vessel that has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. Where do I sign?
That's on there. You have to sign that, knowing that you could die. Now, to be fair, that's in a lot of like briefs. If you're gonna do something like this, like, you know, if you're gonna go skydiving, you have to say like, yeah, I could die. So that it's probably boilerplate. But the way he's so flippant about it is really disconcerting, particularly considering current events.
Where do I sign, right? So Oceangate Expedition Waiver explains just how experimental this design is. It's not registered or certified by any agency or the Coast Guard, like some of their other submarines actually are. This one is not. This is like an experimental plane, but it's a submarine in this case. And it spells out the dangers in writing for everybody on board, and that you may die if you ride on board this submersible. It says it right there in the waiver.
Yeah, not even a metal
Let's
coffin,
talk about the data sheet that they have. This is from the Oceangate website. The Titan is
ceramic.
a 21,000 pound, 22-foot long, electrically driven submarine for 5 people. The test depth is calculated to be 4,000 meters, and this is kind of key, because right now this is just a naval architect engineering calculating the strength of the pressure vessel without an actual dynamic test at sea. At this point, 4,000 meters. It is built of 5 inches of carbon fiber with a titanium hatch glued on the bow and a steel or titanium dome on the aft. It has 96 hours of life support, which is very vague. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Sensors and systems on board are built and produced by Teledyne Blueview. They have the 2D sonar and the Doppler Velocity INS, which is an inertial navigation system that is upgraded with the ultra-short baseline, which means it's very accurate at calculating motion while submerged.
Yes, it is glued.
And
I'm
this
glad somebody
system,
caught
I
on to
know,
the
is
word
very
glued.
good. I have no
It's
questions
glued.
about the Teledyne equipment. It's probably the best thing on this thing that actually works. All right, so here's the pressure hull under construction. As you can see, it's just a carbon fiber weave that is just loomed left and right until it becomes 5 inches thick. It's a carbon fiber wrap that's designed to withstand the pressures of 4,000 meters of sea depth. Here is a video of it being, of the titanium hatch rings being installed on one of the ends. Watch this.
Was there no test? There was a test.
That's the adhesive right there.
There was just responding to the chat. There was a test, but the thing is that the test was not. It was gone to 3,000 feet, not to 4,000. He's going to talk about here, but the Titanic is at close to 4,000 depth.
Think of it like a very thick glue. It's going to bond the titanium ring that you see there onto the carbon fiber pressure hull. And they only get one chance to do this, because once it's on, that bonding agent adheres. And it's not coming back off again after this. So they very carefully line it up. And it looks like they got it right. So good job getting the hatch rings on. This is going to go on both sides, the forward bow and the aft section. Here's what the aft section looks like. The aft section, simply an aft dome that is placed on that titanium ring.
Yes,
on the
it
front,
was glued, guys.
there is an access hatch that we'll show you here in a second. But now I want you to watch this short interview that the CEO of Oceangate, Mr. Stockton Rush, had with Teledyne Marine representatives. Teledyne Marine are making the sonar systems and inertial navigation systems for this vessel. But listen to what he talks about. The CEO talks about hiring people.
Yes,
This is the part that
I
I think is interesting most to us here as being a political. Everyone's talking about this, it's political and non-political, but you're gonna find out here that this is a company of diversity hires. This is not a company that was interested in hiring the best people. They were interested in hiring the most diverse people. And they're all white as far as I can tell, but from this image, but I'll get into the article in a second.
One of the things you'll find, there are other sub-operators out there, but they typically have gentlemen who are ex-military submariners, and you'll see a whole bunch of 50-year-old white guys. I wanted our team to be younger, to be inspirational, and I'm not going to inspire a 16-year-old to go pursue marine technology, but a 25-year-old,
meters, not feet,
pilot or a platform operator or one of our techs can be inspirational. And so we've really tried to get very intelligent, motivated, younger individuals involved, because we're doing things that are completely new. We're taking approaches that are used largely in the aerospace industry, is related to safety and.
You can see like how irritated this man is, who has the 20 years of experience in this. Now, I want to be honest. I don't think this is actually necessarily diversity hires. There are some other articles that talk about it being diversity hires. I think he was just trying to hire people that were cheaper. He wanted to hire the people right out of college who weren't going to be expecting the salaries that an experienced nautical engineer would want, right? And I worked with engineers, and a lot of the work that we did was not quite nautical engineering. They were architects, engineers. They were building like bases and docking ports and things like that for ships. It's complicated as hell, comparatively even to building on land. And I don't understand any of that stuff. I was a marketing person for the architecture engineering company, but I think his thought process here probably wasn't about DEI. I mean, they did DIE, but I think that wasn't the CEO. I don't think that was his, who, by the way, is in the sub. I don't think it was about DEI or DIE. I think it was about cost cutting. I think he just wanted to hire the cheapest people possible to build his death trap.
And some of the preponderance of checklists, things we do for risk assessments and things like that are more aviation related than ocean related. And we can train people to do that. We can train someone to pilot the sub. We use a game controller, so anybody can drive the sub.
All right, so Stockton Rush, the CEO of Oceangate Expeditions, avoided hiring submarine veterans because we're 50-year-old white men, like myself, and would not inspire young people. And that's a valid reason. I wouldn't expect, say,
It's not a valid reason, my dude. I don't even think he did it to corporately to market it as being like, oh, but we're diverse. The really reason he did it was to hire people on the cheap. He's going to explain why everyone's memeing on this game controller thing. I even put it in the thumbnail, obviously. But this guy knows what he's on about, and he's going to say that it's actually pretty normative. And he's not the only person I've heard say this. I've heard a lot of people say that actually using these types of controllers is normal.
Young teenage generation to look up to me and be like, I want to be like that guy. I kind of get that. But also, you don't want to just only hire young college graduates that you would then train to inspire the next generation. You have to have subject matter experts at some point in the chain. And I'm not talking about the vice admiral that's on the board of directors. We're not even going to talk about him. He's a retired Coast Guard admiral, served, honorably, no problems there. But you don't seem to have a subject matter expert that's from the submarine community that could maybe talk about some of the problems that we're going to go over today. Just some things that I've seen just from your promotional videos on your site. The team included technicians that threw a hammer in college was his qualification, besides being a college graduate. Another college graduate was a surfer. He hired him on because he enjoyed his surfing stories, I guess.
Oh my God.
You were saying?
It just makes me... No, I was saying that I think he hired these people because they had degrees, and I don't know.
What, suicide?
I think this guy who hired them just died, dude. So if he was trying to kill other people, he just killed himself. You know what I mean? I think that he was trying to cut corners for cost. I don't think he was trying to cut corners. I think he's using the DEI thing as a excuse to sell the product, to sell a $250,000 ticket. But, I mean, again, we'll read some more about this. Now, I think at this point, we should probably ask the question. Everyone is laughing at this all over the internet, right? Do you think this is funny or not? Or should we go through this and finish this guy's video because he does an excellent job of laying out the landscape? Let's do that. Let's lay out the landscape, and then we'll ask the question of,
you want me to be really honest?
Is this mockable? Because, no, you know what? Let's wait till the end of the video, because what I want to say is that I'm going to hold him up.
I have a very, very based opinion on this.
Okay, let's finish our lad sub-briefs video here. This man who knows exactly what he's talking about, who's going to lay out the technical details. And again, please go give his video a like. And if you are interested in submarines in any capacity, give him a subscribe, please.
stories, I guess. I don't know. But the idea was to train these young college graduates in operating the submarine with a game controller. Let's take a look at this game controller. It's a PlayStation 3 wireless controller. I really don't have a problem with it being a PlayStation controller. It could be any kind of controller that they want. I really have a problem with it being wireless. You don't want to control your submarine with a wireless connection.
So this is a really important part. Everyone's memeing on the controller, but apparently that is totally normative. I know that it sounds stupid, but using a controller to control the sub is fine. It's normal. It's not unusual. But it's a wireless controller. That's the issue. It's a wireless controller. Why? For what purpose? You're in a freaking little carbon fiber coffin. Why does it need to be wireless? Where are you going to go with it?
Like, what happened to these dive? Do you have an extra set? Do you always put fresh batteries in on every dive? Did you bring extra batteries? Is there a USB port where in a pinch, you could plug the controller into whatever system you have there and actually control, or does it have to maintain a Bluetooth connection? Did you bring a spare? And does that spare sync properly if the primary controller doesn't work? Like, are these things that they thought about? I hope so. We don't know. They've only shown this one. All right, so let's talk about access. This is the bow or the front of the Titan. And the only way in and out of the submarine is through this forward hatch that is held on by 17 bolts. There is no other egress. There's no other way out of the submarine other than through the 17 bolted hatch. And there's no way to open it from the inside. You can't undo the bolts from the inside or swing the hatch open. You are completely dependent on the surface support vessel topside whenever you get in this thing, that they're going to let you back out before your 96 hours of air runs out.
The other thing that's odd is that I thought a lot of subs like this had attachments to a ship, but this was untethered, which I think is somewhat unusual. He doesn't really mention, as far as I recall, the tethering. But a lot of these ships, I thought, had tethering, including like an oxygen tethering system, so that like they could get oxygen to the ship. But it gets so much worse when we talk about the oxygen stuff and the oxygen-aided environment inside of the ship, and why this was so, just constructed by morons, clearly. I'm no engineer. Again, social scientist here. It's like the worst form of scientist. But look at what they did, man.
So he talks about taking examples and learning lessons from the aviation community. Well, one of the worst non-flight disasters in NASA history was from the Apollo 1, where 3 astronauts lost their lives doing a systems check on the launch pad while they were bolted into their capsule. There was a fire that started in there. They were alive when the fire started. They reported it to the control center, said, get us out of here, there's a fire. And before they could get the bolts off, the astronauts had passed away. This is a very important lesson learned that apparently Stockton didn't learn from, or at least forgot, because he's locking people into this submarine with no way for them to quickly get out themselves in the case of a casualty. So let's talk about life support. The data sheet claims that it has 96 hours of life support for 5 people. My question is, how was this tested? Did they put 5 people in this submarine while it was ashore, sealed them in there with 17 bolts, and waited even 24 hours to see how...
The thing people are bringing up in the chat, and of course the thing that people are talking about now, is that there is apparently like a hole sort of in the ship, some sort of like thing that you can take a shit in. But they specifically told people before they got on this sub to go down, because it was going to be like a 2-day trip to go down to the bottom ocean and come back, is that you don't want to eat anything that's going to cause you to have to poop, because there's not really any place to poop on it. There is, but they were highly suggested against it. So there's like an emergency poop chute, but it's still going to be inside of the vessel. You're going to be just sitting in there, breathing in your poop and piss air. I mean, while you're being crushed by the ocean now. I mean, they weren't expecting that part, but yeah, I can't, I don't know, Spoon. It's hard to imagine many worse ways to die. Suffocating on shit air underneath the sea where no one can ever come and rescue you.
Yep.
It's pretty much the worst. It's really bad.
Good the air quality was after 1 day, much less 4 days. Was that test ever done? We don't know. There's no information on that. There's simply a claim on the website that they have 96 hours of life support. Where is the atmosphere monitoring system? In all these photos, I don't see any air pitons or sensors anywhere. And in all the displays that I see from their public website, no There's no indication of oxygen levels and other, toxic gas levels like CO2, carbon monoxide, all these things that could generate. You need to be aware of those levels. And if they are aware, it's just not available on any of their photos. Did they just keep pumping oxygen into the capsule while it was underway so they could keep the CO2 and, oxygen level in a proper ratio? Well, there's a lot of other gases involved with that you have to manage as well. So they need to keep track of that stuff. If they were just adding oxygen to the environment, well, that creates a high oxygen environment. What happens when you're locked inside a capsule with a high oxygen environment and you're operating electronics? Well, you burn up in your Apollo capsule like an astronaut. That's another possibility of what happened here. We just need to know more about this life support system.
The problem is you probably never will. And here's the reason why. The ability to come and salvage this wreck, and it's pretty more or less confirmed that it's a wreck now. It's not going to happen. They're likely never going to figure out what happened ultimately. Like, what was the real thing that? What really caused this failure? Was it like a fire? Whatever. No one's going to be able to figure it out, and they're never going to be able to really salvage it. I mean, I can't. I guess I'll ask you, Chet. We did a little poll earlier about Mass Effect, but what's the worst way to die?
Burned alive.
Trapped at the bottom. Bottom of ocean in poop sub. Space in poop spaceship. Here you go. Because they're pretty much. You have to understand, like, they're largely similar. Like, exploring the bottom of the ocean is as complicated from an engineering perspective, from my understanding, as exploring space. But you have to deal with greater forces in many cases than you have to deal with in space. Like with space, you're dealing with the atmosphere, trying to get to space. With submersibles, you're dealing with constant pressure that you're not going to deal with it once you get to space, right?
This was a custom build, so there is no other standard to go off of. We just have their claim of 96 hours on their website and the video and photos that they have made public on their website. The only evidence of a deep submergence test that we have with the Titan, this specific submarine, is when Stockton Rush, the CEO, took it down to just over 3,000 meters by himself solo in about a 10-hour trip. This does not verify the atmosphere system will support 5 people, okay? Certainly not for 96 hours because he wasn't even down there that long. Okay, it also, and more importantly, does not support that the test depth of this vessel is actually 4,000 meters because he just went down below 3,000 meters, but not to 4,000. So the test depth has been verified at some point between those two depths. And the Titanic is very close to 4,000 meters. It's just shy of that, actually. The test depth right now is just mathematically calculated by a naval architect engineer that I'm sure did the math right, but it's still just theoretical until you actually dive to that depth. And then you...
I know people have been asking this in the chat. Why did they do this? Why did they do this? They wanted to see the Titanic. And if you're wondering, okay, well, these are haha funny rich people. The reality is that this was the bargain budget. I know it's $250,000. I know that to every single person here, that is an insane amount of money. But that was the bargain way of doing this. Apparently, that the way to do this properly costs a lot more than that. So you have to basically buy and own your own sub, and it's very expensive. You have to have a whole crew. James Cameron did do it. He's going to get into the James Cameron thing a little bit. But basically, if you don't own your own sub, or are willing to drop millions on it, this is the way you go down to the Titanic at a bargain bin thing. And I know saying that someone can spend $250,000 on something is not bargain in the way that any normal person understands it. I know these people are super rich, but oof, man. I know these people are super rich compared to most of us. It doesn't mean they deserve to die. Is suffocating in poop air.
Stay there for a fixed period of time. This is one of many tests.
Maybe you don't buy the cheap.
Now let's talk about emergency air breathing. What if there's toxic gas in your capsule? and you can't get out? How do you breathe if there's smoke billowing out of a piece of equipment or something? So do they have emergency air breathing gas mask, or mask rather, with positive airflow, positive air going into the mask, keeping all the toxic fumes out of the mask itself? Is there a way to ventilate the capsule if it's full of smoke? From what I've seen, absolutely not. The only way you're going to ventilate it is to go to the surface, take off the 17 bolts, open that hatch, and wave the smoke out. Well, that is not going to help you if you're submerged and you're trying to drive the submarine to the surface. If you can't see your displays or even outside the port, how are you going to know which way you're driving with your little PlayStation 3 controller? This is why you hire a submarine expert to bring these things up and then resolve them and then test them. It would have saved lives. So let's get back to our story. So it is June 18th. It's day 3 of an 8-day trip. We're on board the Polar Prince. Polar Prince is a deep sea support vessel, and it's over the Titanic wreck site. The Titan submarine is on board. It's on board its launch sled that you can see here. And I will say this patented launch sled is very cleverly designed and seems to work very well. So they did a great job with the sled, getting this thing on board ships. One of the nice things about the sled is it allows them to operate in higher sea states than if they were just going off the back of a deep sea ocean vessel. Because they don't need an A crane, they can just slide the sled into the seas, and then they submerge the sled, as we'll see here in a second. Here is another photo of that sled, presumably during testing, because it looks like it was near Everett, Washington, whenever they took this photo. But this is what that sled looks like. Here is it submerged. They submerge it down to 30 feet, where it is then stabilized. And the seas can be pretty rough, 30 feet at the surface. And down here, they'll be very calm. And from this platform, this is where they dock and launch the submerged vessel, the Titan. Okay, so the Titan swims away under its own electrical power. This is on June 18th of 2023, using its 4 motors, and begins its descent down to the Titanic wreck. People on board, we now have the names of all 5 people. We have Stockton Rush, the CEO of Oceangate, probably acting as tour guide, I imagine. We have PH, who is a French explorer, also Titanic expert, very well-respected gentleman, who presumably would be the pilot, and of course, tour guide.
Again, it is, so like there's, the CEO was on board. The idea that he would have done, this is one of the things that I'm seeing, like that, he intentionally sabotaged his own sub. No, I think he's just an idiot. Why would he? Because he killed himself, if that was the case. I don't know. I think this whole situation is bizarre, but yeah. If he was intentionally trying to, like, kill people and trick them into this for insurance money, which is what I've heard, why did he kill himself? You know what I mean? That line of reasoning. Look, I love a good conspiracy theory, as my new video is about to point out. But why would he kill himself? You know, that doesn't make any sense.
For the guest on board. The guest on board are 3 businessmen. Mr. Daywood and his son, tragically, is with him. And another gentleman, Hamish Harding, is the...
Now, I want to put something out. Spoon, did you hear that pronunciation? Spoon?
The last one?
He says... Now, here's... And I'm putting this up for a reason, because it's just a minor thing I've noticed. His name's Hamish.
Hamish.
Look at him. He's a ginger Brit. His name's Hamish.
Hamish.
You say Hamish?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that Hamish?
I would have said Hamish, actually.
He's not Muslim? Hamish?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the pronunciation of Hamish? Pronunciation Hamish. How do I say this name? Hamish.
Or that's English.
Yeah, Hamish, not Hamish. And I'm saying that because he's not the only person. Every single person I've heard cover this calls him Hamish, and like puts like a like
Hamish is
Middle Eastern thing. Hamish. There you go, Hamish.
Yeah.
But every person I've heard, it's funny that every single person I've heard cover this calls him Hamish. I think, well, I mean, he's British, might as well be Hamish, right?
Is the 3rd guest. Total of 5 people on board going down to see the Titanic. And sadly, they have not been heard from at the time of this recording. So at about 1 hour and 40 minutes into the dive, they lose communication with the surface vessel. That data link that they have that is giving position of and depth of the submarine is finally lost. But that is not unexpected because they saw that loss in testing as well. Whenever the CEO went down on a solo dive, they had lost communication. So this was not, unheard of, which I think delayed the call for assistance from topside. They expected contact to be reestablished probably during ascent some 8 to 10 hours later. And unfortunately, contact was never reestablished. And then some 12 hours later, at about 9:13 p.m. is when they called the American Coast Guard for a loss of communication with their vessel. So I made a short list of just some of the things I see wrong with this design. I'm sure this
list
will grow.
is actually worth looking at. Use of carbon fiber pressure hull. Hires young, inexperienced technicians. No subject matter expert in submarine operations and safety. Does not use lessons learned from NASA and aviation community. Possible that the atmosphere life support was not tested. A test depth of 4,000 meters was not tested at sea before first commercial dive. No way to ventilate the pressure hull. No emergency breathing. No voice comms. Comms lost during testing. It's just a complete and utter shit show.
More once the investigation is complete on the submarine. First, they used a carbon fiber pressure hull. That is great to a point. It's lightweight. It's very strong, but it's not perfect. These things are not made out of magic. And everybody that's worked with carbon fiber
made out of magic,
knows that it does not crack. It shatters like a porcelain plate. So whenever it does fail, it fails quickly and unexpectedly. And because the test depth of 4,000 meters was never actually tested before they brought guests on board, this is one possibility, is that the carbon fiber pressure hull shattered. For whatever reason, maybe a defect in the construction. You could speculate all you want about that, but that's one possibility. Also, he hires young, inexperienced technicians. That alone is not a problem. I support that. It's a great idea, especially with inspiring the next generation. But with your young, inexperienced technicians, you have to hire subject matter experts in submarine operations and safety. You have to have that. And a lot of these concerns could have been addressed before you brought guests on board or you took anyone down and lost them at sea, as what appears to have happened here. It did not use lessons learned from NASA and the aviation community, as he stated he did in that interview, because he's locking people in a cylinder in a capsule,
this is the maiden voyage,
with
guys.
no
This
way
is
to
their
get
first
out,
time.
with oxygen being fed into it, and possibly a high oxygen environment resulting in a fire. Okay. And once there's a fire, there isn't any way to breathe. There's no emergency air breathing that I'm aware of. There's no pictures of it. There's no mention of it in the stat sheet, data sheet. So the test stuff, like I said, was not verified. The atmosphere life support system, there's not enough details on that to really make a judgment. I would love to know more as to how they monitored life support and how they scrubbed the CO2 and other toxins like hydrogen and carbon monoxide. All that stuff takes equipment to do that. And if they were just dumping oxygen into this environment, by the time an hour and 40 minutes went by, they would have a high oxygen environment, just like Apollo 1. All right. There's no way to ventilate that I'm aware of the pressure hull. So once it does have a toxic gas or smoke, there's no way to get rid of it other than to surface and open the hatch. That's ridiculous and unsafe. There's no emergency air breathing for the people on board. There's no voice communications with topside, because Stockton Rush in his interview with Teledyne said that he was tired of being interrupted from topside with update requests, which is why he chose to go with the data acoustic modem.
What an insane thing, though. I'm tired of being interrupted.
So no voice comms. We're not going to work on the voice comms. Lunacy, my dude. Absolute lunacy.
Modem that would transmit the position and depth of the submarine continuously so that he could enjoy his submarine ride. So the Titan began its descent with 5 souls on board. Contact was lost after an hour and 40 minutes, and contact was never reestablished. And I really feel terrible for all the families.
Thank you again to Subbrief for providing the overview. I'm going to switch back over to sharing my screen here, Spoon.
All right.
Just to cover a couple more things about this. That's the only video I had for tonight. Oceangate CEO explains why he didn't want to hire the 50-year-old white guys to pilot the sub. This has been the big topic of political discourse, right? Oceangate CEO explains CEO Stockton Rush, who's aboard the missing submersible, once explained why he preferred to not hire 50-year-old white guys with military experience to pilot his company's vessels. Rush said he valued captains who were, quote, inspirational over experience, noting anybody can drive a sub, which is controlled by a $30 game controller. We've been over why that's maybe okay, but it's the problem with it being wireless. It's the problem with it. Everything about this is ridiculous. When I started the business, one of the things you'll find, there are other sub-operators out there, but they typically have gentlemen who are ex-military submariners, and you'll see a whole bunch of 50-year-old white guys, Rush told Teledyne Marine in a 2020 Zoom interview. I wanted our team to be younger, to be inspirational, and I'm not going to inspire 16-year-olds to pursue marine technology, but a 25-year-old, who's a sub pilot or a platform operator or one of our techs can be inspirational. Rush said, so we've really tried to get intelligent, motivated, younger individuals involved because we're doing things that are completely new. Now, I know the way that this is being portrayed is that this is diversity hiring. I think they were cost cutting. What do you think, Spin?
I think they're just plain stupid.
Maybe both. Sorry, because I know you listen to Super Chat, so I want me to read them. 1 second. I will get to them right now. Thank you, guys. Because I know we watched that long video. But I thought it was really important to watch that long video because he really went over all the details. Patchouli for 5 says, oh, excuse me. I want to start beginning. Yeah. Actually, Hasselhopper for 10. Thank you so much, Hassel. Says the CEO's attitude smacks of one nurtured of a... Oh, wait, I read that one. Sorry, I did. Patchouli for 5. I'm out of sorts, apparently, after this sub thing. Patchouli for 5 says, if you had to choose a controller to pilot your sub, who the hell would ever pick a Logitech F710? I don't know. I really don't know. Cost cutting. Weird that he would go on his own ship. But yeah. Patchouli for 2 says, this is the Mass Effect Andromeda of submarine construction. It really is, isn't it? Yiz for 5. Hey, thank you, Yiz. Nice to see you. Says, I think he wanted young talent who would work for cheap and just do what they're told. I don't think he was being explicitly anti-white. I agree with you, Yiz. I don't think this was like a... I think the diversity stuff that he's saying is a platitude. I don't think that was accurate. It was about hiring young people for cheap. Kizza for £5 says, as an engineer, here I can claim authority and say this sub is utterly terrible and wouldn't pass a national diploma. Well, it wasn't authorized to be in any kind of waters. It was completely uncertified. That's the thing. Yeah, thank you, Kizza. Junebug for 2 says, I just finished Bokurano. Very sad manga. Yeah, it is. I hope you enjoyed it, even though it's sad. But yeah, Bokurano. Good. Kizza for £5 says, could the chat wish my niece happy birthday as she turned 2 last Sunday? Also imagine entering a sub-coffin on Father's Day. Yeah, it's pretty screwed up. Here we go, though. So I don't think it was a diversity hire thing. I agree with Yiz on that. He added, we're taking the approaches that are used largely in the aerospace industry. We listened to most of this. You know, I don't think this was about diversity. I think this is about cutting costs. There's some weird stuff here, though. This is bizarre. Stepson of missing billionaire on Titanic submarine attends Blink-182 concert. The clock's ticking. It's over, by the way. But while it was happening, so there's Hamish. There he is. Hamish, my stepdad, is lost in a submarine. Thoughts and prayers that the rescue mission will be successful, says Brian Saz.
He was testing an OnlyFans model.
Yes, he was. Just a few minutes after posting about the rescue mission, Brian revealed he was attending a Blink-182 show in San Diego, posting a picture of himself outside the venue. Clearly recognizing some people might take it the wrong way, Brian writes, quote, it might be distasteful being here, but my family would want me to be at the Blink-182 show, and it's my favorite band, and music helps me in difficult times.
I mean, you would have been there regardless.
I mean, yeah, he would have regardless.
Yeah, so
it's
that's
still kind of
a weird thing to say.
Did you have to post about it on social media, though?
Yeah, that seems a bit tasteless.
It's really tasteless. I know he's your stepdad, but come on. Missing Titanic sub once faced massive lawsuit over depths it could safely travel to. Court documents reveal former Oceangate also. It's called Oceangate. Did we address this? We haven't. You're begging to be a hashtag. You're begging to be a hashtag. Yiz for 2 says that's hilarious. I have the exact same controller. I'm not surprised. Apparently, though, it's okay. You just have to like not have it be wireless and know what you're doing and not make a carbon fiber coffin. The tourist submersible that went missing. Blah, blah, blah. Wait into this part. The parent company that owns the sub and runs tourist expeditions to the wreck, the employee complained specifically that the sub was not capable of descending to such extreme depths before he was fired. That's according to legal documents obtained by the New Republic. According to the documents, in a 2018 case, Oceangate employee David Lockridge, a submersible pilot, voiced concerns about the safety of the sub. According to a press release, Lockridge was director of marine operations
that
at the
guy's
time.
laughing his ass off right now.
I don't know if you're laughing. Responsible for the safety of all crew and clients. So, it doesn't look great. Doesn't look great for them. I'm not going to go, if you can see why I'm not going to go through this whole article, guys.
That's a fairly long fucking article, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It appears that it was well known, well beforehand, that this sub was not safe. But the left has to make it about politics. Leftist groups attempt to tie Elon Musk to missing Titanic sub. Blows up in its face. So here's the thing. Occupy Democrats, and I'm showing you this article for a reason, because if I go here to this tweet...
Oh god, Occupy Democrats. Why the hell?
Oh, they've blocked me.
Well. Like
Either they
there.
blocked me or they yeah, they're sticks. They've either blocked me or they deleted it. Let me see. Hang on.
You're trying to grift off this incident for your dead anti-social media page. What a bunch of malarkey.
No, their tweet is up, but it's archived on this website. So I'm blocked by Occupy Democrats.
Well done.
I love it. Excellent. Very delicious. But what it says is, Republican billionaire Elon Musk is thrust into a nightmare PR disaster as it's revealed that the missing Titanic submersible company previously praised his satellite communication company Starlink and said that it would be relying on the service to provide communication for the Titanic expedition. It states, before noting that the submersible had lost communication with the surface world, the implication, of course, is that Starlink is somehow to blame.
I don't know how you got to that. Okay.
By a CYA paragraph. CYA paragraph acknowledging that, quote, at this point there's no direct indication that Starlink failed or was the cause of this terrifying and possibly tragic accident. It's now confirmed tragic. The tweet still went on to smear Musk as somehow potentially responsible. Quote, that said, given Musk's long history of screw-ups and reckless dishonesty, an investigation should be launched.
Oh god, fuck off.
A community note attached to the tweet torpedoed even the idea that Starlink, a form of communication that has literally nothing to do with the submarine, played a role. The submersible was not using Starlink for internet access. It was for the surface vessel. High-frequency radio waves are not capable of operating under the water.
Well done.
Oh, wow. Almost like a fucking idiot could have told you that. While it was fact-checking, the note could have looked into describing Musk as a Republican billionaire, to which he pointed out this has more to do with Musk's support for that pesky free speech thing than an actual party affiliation. Whatever, this is their opinion. But yeah, they tried to call him a Republican. As bad as the attempt to taint Musk as an ever so tenuous association with Titanic expedition submersible was, what followed was even worse. A huckster's spiel to raise money on the lives of 5 human beings. Again, is this Occupy Democrats? So I can't. Here it is. There's the tribal. No, it's been deleted. It's been deleted. It asks readers to retweet if they agree this insult with logic and decency. And here's the kicker. Consider investing in Tribal, a woke new Twitter competitor that is currently doing a round of equity crowdfunding and just blew past 1.4 million, raised from 3,600 of its users. You can invest as little as $100 or as much as you'd like. Here's the link to download the new Tribal app that Elon Musk is afraid of. They are grifting off of these people being dead while also laughing about it. They're celebrating that rich people are dead and then asking for money to fund their shitty Twitter knockoff.
Classy.
You're lying about Elon Musk. And his involvement with this, which is none. And then you are grifting off of dead people while your same side laughs in their faces.
Again, very classy. Charming.
You're sickening. I mean, this is truly sick. Yeah, this sticks. Trying to grift all this incident when you're dead on your dead social media page, what a bunch of malarkey, making stuff up, has nothing to do with satcoms. I mean, the rest of this article goes on a little bit. Occupy Democrats, which is of course an incredibly shillish organization. It is utterly and completely owned by the Democrat Party. Maybe not officially, but they're owned by the Democrat Party. And this is really stinky. It's beyond stinky. It's sick. Do you want to make your statement? Do you want to talk about it? Or do you want me to get through the last couple of news articles? How about this? About your opinions on this sub crash?
How's the chat?
What do you guys think? Well, let's just get through my articles. Let's just do it. They're pretty quick.
Yes,
by the way,
fucking late.
I know. Most people think that it's worse to die in the poop sub. I agree. While sub disappearance transfixes some, many say their focus is on other calamities. This is the AP, by the way. It's the Associated Press. Islamabad, Pakistan. The search for a submersible that disappeared while taking wealthy tourists to see the wreck of the Titanic has gripped many with its grim cinematic elements, a ticking clock, passengers running out of oxygen, etc., etc. In Pakistan, where 2 of the passengers were from, people flocked to social media with prayers and newspapers covered it heavily. But the outpouring fell far short of the shock and grief over a boat carrying hundreds of immigrants that sank recently off the coast of Greece. Many of them also from the South Asian country. So people were trying to illegally immigrate to Greece. They died. And the AP uses this moment to say, yeah, but what about the illegal immigrants?
What about them?
But what about them? They need major news attention. The story struck a chord in other countries, but here's their point. The only point they have here, this whole article,
is it's white people.
Is why was this not mainstream news? Because it happens every fucking other week. They keep trying to sneak into Greece. It happens every fucking day. More or less. And they keep dying doing it. Maybe they should stop. I'm sorry. Instead of, and by the way, if you don't know this, they intentionally destroy their own boats, hoping to get picked up because they think they're going to picked up by the Greek naval authority. Well, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. If you don't know about this, that's the reality. They will intentionally sabotage their own dinghies, and then beg for the Greeks to take them in, and then say, well, now I'm a refugee. It's been happening for years. Here's where the social media shift changed. Here's why, if you go to Twitter right now, everyone is laughing about this. You see all these leftists who are like, ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Oceangate CEO missing in Titanic sub had history of donating to GOP candidates. Is what it says on the tin. Now, remember, they're having a hard time about this because he also seems to have been hiring, diversity hires. It's not what I think was actually the case, but they're now having to contend with this. So, the CEO donating to the GOP, so they're laughing about that, but he hired diverse people to build the shitty sub, so they can't laugh about that. They are completely at a loss of what to do. Of course, this famous race grifter, L.A. Mistel, says next time some rich white person wants to take Sam Alito on an expensive trip, please take him to see the Titanic. This is just one tweet I pulled out, but there's hundreds and thousands of them where leftists are basically just saying like, oh, kill more white people, kill more people I don't like. I love this. It's funny. It does appear that it was destroyed. It also looks like it was destroyed pretty much instantaneously. There was a hull breach from what I've heard more recently. It imploded. I would actually kind of hope that it, and this is going to sound messed up, but I would hope that it imploded before they suffocated to death, because the suffocation death is far more painful and awful than the implosion, which would have been instantaneous. Anywho, Spoon, as we end the stream, what do you think about this whole scenario? About people, let's talk more specifically about people making fun of it. Do you think it's funny? Spoon?
Yep. Yeah, I mean.
Do you think it's funny?
No.
I don't think it's funny.
In a ha-ha sense.
Hang on. It's not funny in a ha-ha sense. I think it's a little bit
Schadenfreude.
like you get what you pay for, right? It's a little. It's not even Schadenfreude. It's but it's yeah, like you get what you pay for. You bought the cheapest version, of this kind of trip. But the fact that people on Twitter, the leftists on Twitter, are just like celebrating this, and they're so happy until It turned out that the guy donated to the GOP. Well, that made them happy. But then he also said, you know, very, he has a diverse staff or whatever. This is the most liked Twitter comment under the Titan sub explosion. The elites don't want anyone searching through the wreckage of the Titanic and knowingly find evidence that it was deliberately sunk in order to kill people on board that were against setting up the Federal Reserve. That's why JP Morgan canceled his booking. I mean, that's come on, I did. I by the way, we'll talk about that. But what do you think? Was this is it funny or not? Are there funny aspects of it?
Yes.
That's what I think it's about. I think that there are funny aspects of the story. I don't think the story itself is funny. I think that the game controller, that's funny, even though it's normative. I think the fact that they were rich but not willing to like really put in for a real like regular thing, that's it's a little bit amusing. But ultimately, I think that this was very sad. And I'm not laughing about it. There's some funny aspects of it, but overall it's not funny. Spoon, I can tell you you are asleep or about to fall asleep. Oh no, I'm also tired. Do you have anything else you want to add about the sub? Because we're gonna find out more about it later. I expect. Well, probably not, because they can't send anything down to get it. Okay.
No.
Jerniki, go ahead.
I do not feel sympathy for any of these people. Just considering, just looking at the vessel, what you're going to do, the waiver you had to sign, how it's constructed. I'm just looking at this thinking, how the fuck did you think this? Yeah, this is a death trap. This is not a tragedy. This is social Darwinism at its finest.
I just, how did you not know this was a death trap going down? It doesn't mean I'm happy.
The waiver said you could die. What? Like, no, I'm not saying. I'm not okay. People have to understand.
Well, again,
I'm not laughing at the fact that the tragedy. I'm laughing at the fact that how the fuck could you not look at this and realize like this is quite a likely possibility? Because this thing for me, unexpected tragedy striking people. I can understand why you don't want to laugh at that because that's not their fault. However, you voluntarily got into this fucking death trap. That's why I'm gonna mock you, because your actions were voluntary. It's of their own volition. No one has held a gun to your hands and fucking get anything.
There's research on that. There's research on that. Like it's that people have less sympathy when, and this is again, like I said, there's research on that. People have less sympathy when you seem to have been in some way if you have no responsibility, if you have no input in a tragedy that befalls you, people are very sympathetic. They don't find that funny. If they see it as you having some
say over it,
which these people did by choosing to go into this fucking coffin, I don't think it's funny, but people are going to be way less sympathetic for you. And I don't think that this was it's all kinds of conspiracies coming out. Like they did it on purpose. Which would be funny because there's actually quite credible theories to the point where they're more or less actually totally confirmed at this point that the Titanic was sunk on accident, or excuse me, on purpose. You know that, right? Do you know the Titanic conspiracy? Which is funny because that's what they were going to go see.
Let's see. The Wall Street Journal is reporting the U.S. Navy actually detected the Titan implosion on Sunday, but Biden held the news until today's whistleblower testimony on Hunter.
Oh wow! So yeah, of course they held it, so people would hold their breath, pun intended, for longer.
Well, yes, everyone knew it was a distraction.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is that I think that part of this was
That's also why I didn't cover it.
Whenever anything gets as much news attention, that's why I actually waited for the end of the stream to cover it. Whenever something gets this much news attention and it dominates the news cycle,
noise.
As much as I'm interested in it, well, sometimes like this one, I am interested in it. I can't help but feel like, what are you trying to distract? What are you trying to distract me from?
Noise.
I think it's the things that we covered for the vast majority of the stream. Those things are the things I think they wanted to distract from. In terms of, oh shoot, now I lost my train of thought. In terms of the sub, though, yeah, I do think that people get a little bit of schadenfreude out of it. I also think that, I mean, like, you did sign up for it. You signed up for like the cheapest version of doing this. How could you not look at it and know it's a death trap? However, I don't think it was a insurance fraud, as I said, because, the Titanic was an insurance fraud, allegedly, according to a conspiracy theory. And the conspiracy behind that, Spoon, is that, okay, so the company that built the Titanic built 2 other ships that were, one of them was identical. That was the Olympic. And the other one was the Britannic, excuse me. Olympic, Titanic, Britannic. The Olympic was built before the Titanic. It sustained some damage and was not fully insured because it had sustained damage. So a lot of people think that they ran the Olympic, which already was damaged, and just coaled the Titanic, despite not having finished the Titanic. The Olympic, by the way, is still around, but some people claim that that's not the Olympic. That's not it's not the Olympic. It's actually the Titanic. And that they ran a broken ship that already had problems with it. They knew it had problems with it. 1, to not make people wait for their voyage, and 2, so that it would get fully insured off of the insurance money they had on the Titanic that they didn't have anymore on the Olympic because it was damaged. It's also interesting that people who bought the Twin Towers took out a new insurance policy on those towers right after they bought them just a few months before 9/11. Not saying anything, just a coincidence. Just saying. Let's read the super chats and get out of here because I'm getting real tired, my dude. Sorry. Jarniki for 10 says, we laugh at the horrible, ridiculous situation due to its irony. The dark humor provides relief to this tragedy. I think that's what it is. We're trying to, it's sad. It is sad, but you gotta laugh at it or else you'll cry, right? The left laughs because they are hateful, vindictive jerks. We ain't the same. I think that's very true, Jarniki. They're laughing because they just hate rich people.
Yes, stop thinking that when you wield power, you will use it for the same reasons.
Right. Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz from another 10. Hey, thank you so much, man. Says, Diversity Hire built sub fails on first voyage. Feminist design bridge collapses after completion. Soon after completion. See a pattern. Yeah, I mean, that tends to be the case, but I think that the diversity hire thing
is no guarantee of innovation.
I think the diversity hire thing is all just a pivot. They were just doing this to make it cheap. However, it's the same ending, sadly. People died in one of the most horrific ways imaginable.
I'm amazed they didn't say capitalism failed.
Right.
Which is odd.
So, and the left is struggling to deal with it. It's like, wait a minute, but they hired woke young people, but they're rich people who died. Which one what do I support? You don't support anything. Think about things outside of politics.
How about just start with the first word of that sentence?
Which is, think? I know.
Yeah. Start with that one.
That one's impossible. That's an impossible ass spin.
Yes.
As for 5 says, meaning this is okay as transgressive humor. 9/11 was a much bigger loss of life tragedy, but there are Twin Tower jokes celebrating. Of course, there's plenty of Twin Tower jokes. Yes, celebrating the deaths is grim. I agree. Laughing at the circumstances, fine. Go ahead.
There's a reason it says 2% of people can think, 3% of people think they think, and 95% of people would rather die than think.
It really does feel that way. So. I agree, Hasso, and I think that's the thing here. Meme on this situation. Don't meme on the people who died or their families and stuff like that.
No, I don't mean their families, but I am going to meme on them a little bit for getting into the fucking thing in the first place.
I'm going to meme on them a little bit for getting into the death trap.
Yeah.
How the fuck did you... Why would you ever look at this and go, yep. Oh well. Anywho. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. My new video will be out tomorrow because I read a new series of articles that say like no, Friday is the new day to upload. It used to be Monday, but they're saying now Friday's the day. So right after I get done with this stream, I'm going to upload my video, and hopefully it will be cool. So it will either be tomorrow or on Saturday, my new video, which is nearly 2 hours long. It took me a very long time to make, but it will be out on the psychology of conspiracy theories, who believes in them and why. And see you all there or many of you there, any of you there, some of you there for the live show when I premiere it. All right.